Good evening, everybody.
Hi, Jay.
How are you?
Hi, Jay.
Hey, no, Jay.
Trying to get the custom streaming to work. I think it's working. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think I saw a notice come up that's recording live on custom streaming.
Yeah, that's what it's saying. But then it automatically connects you to the streaming player, and then it says the video can't load. It appears like it's live. So
I struggled to log in tonight. It just seemed like it was, I don't know, it was struggling to connect it.
Jay, how are you?
hey, Amy, how are you?
Good, thanks. Hey, I know there's like various websites you can go to test your internet speed. Does Zoom have that functionality built in? I know sometimes it will say your connection is unstable. Is there some place you can go within Zoom to test your own connection speed?
I'm not sure. Planning, this is Jay.
I think you can do that through whoever's providing your cable internet.
Yeah, because Steve, I had no issue logging in. I hope it doesn't, portend an issue for your computer.
That's the first time ever, just,
I'm just worried about what's going to happen, when hurricane season really starts and the power is going out. We're all going to be in trouble.
Good point.
carrier pigeon.
If you haven't logged in a week or so, Steve, I think they did do some software upgrades and stuff, because I tried to log in a few days ago and I actually had to reload Zoom to get it to work.
Okay.
So that may have been why it took you a little while to connect.
Yeah, it was it was our last meeting that I did Zoom, so.
Yeah, so this was within the last week or so.
Amy, I'm sorry, I was interrupted at a phone call from someone. I don't know if they have a specific spot where you can go to test it. I do know that if you start losing bandwidth, it will give you a error message.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we pretty much ready to get started. I have 7 p.m.
Yes.
Yes, and Peter sent us an email later, Kayla and I, an email saying he was not going to be able to join tonight.
Okay, thank you. So why don't we get started? So this is a meeting of the Town of South Kingstown Planning Board, regular session. Today is Tuesday, June 23rd, 2020, and it is exactly 7 p.m. We have a lengthy agenda today. And before we get started, I just want to welcome Susan Axelrod as the newest member of the planning board. I see she's on, but she's on as an attendee, so we'll work that out. So welcome, Susan, to the planning board.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to convert her over to a panelist?
If you could, yes.
Panelist. Okay, Susan is currently muted and her video is off, but if she'd like to turn it on and say hello, she can.
There she
Okay.
goes.
There she is.
Hey, Susan.
Hey, everybody.
Hello, and welcome
Hello.
aboard.
Thank
Hi.
you very much. I'm really
Welcome.
excited.
Yeah. So why don't we do roll call with that said? And Pam, would you like to commence with the roll call, please?
Absolutely. Maria Mack,
Here.
Steve DeMasi,
Here,
Joe Murphy,
Here.
John Riondo,
Here.
Susan Axelrod,
Here.
Pam Rubinoff, here. Should I call the staff? Jay
Jay Parker.
Parker,
Here.
Brian Wagner,
Here.
Amy Goines,
Amy Goins, legal counsel here.
Rich Bourbonnais.
Rich Bourbonnais, I'm here.
Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Thanks, Pam. So the first motion is the consent agenda, item C. And we have several on the agenda. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I have, this is Maria. I have just a small addition to the minutes from the May 12th, 2020 work session.
Okay,
It is on the first page, and it is under the pre-application review, comprehensive plan amendment, zoning amendment, major land development project. And I want to be sure that my comments at the end of that were included, and they were that I was very supportive of the project, but that going forward, I suggested that the planning board may want to consider a limited special management district mechanism or some modification thereof as the request and the project didn't encompass the very broad range of uses that are currently allowed in SMD.
I'll move the agenda as amended.
we have a motion from Steve. Do we have a second?
I'll second that. It's Maria.
All right, so we have a second from Maria. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you. Next agenda item is the conceptual master plan public information meeting on a major land development, Tower Hill Landings Annex. Is the applicant here? And I don't know who the applicant is, so acknowledge yourself, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's John Kenyon, attorney for the applicant.
Yeah, and also I'm Steve Cabral, an engineer with Crossman Engineering.
Great. Thank you, Steve.
And Chris Buccio is also here.
Great. Thank you. Before we get started, I just wanted to make one note, which, and Mr. Kenyon, ironically, it came from you. So this is the agenda item under development plan review, number 3, development plan review, farm events, Lavender Farms. Lavender Waves Farm, we have a letter from Mr. Kenyon, who's representing Lavender Farms, requesting that the application today be tabled to the July meeting. And that's for informational purposes. So number 3 will not be heard this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And I assume that's with a corresponding extension.
There is no.
Yeah, it's development plan review, so there's no time.
Okay, got it, yep.
Right, it hasn't begun yet.
Okay, thank you. So why don't we go back? I just want to take care of that. So Mr. Kenyon, you're the legal counsel for the Tower Hill Landing Annex. Can you proceed, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We're here tonight on a master plan public hearing for a major land development project. The applicant has purchased the property at 2095 Kingstown Road. The property is 1.23 acres in size, and it's partially zoned commercial neighborhood, partially zoned R10. It's also in the Kingstown Road Special Management District. There were previously 2 residential dwelling units on the property, at the rear of the property, and a restaurant at the front, which was most recently Kachina Twist. It had recently approved approval for a Dave's Restaurant, which was never built, and the lot is now vacant. The applicant operates the multifamily residential complex adjacent to this property. They're proposing 11 dwelling units and 2 buildings located at the front of the lot. The units will be serviced by public water and sewer. The project meets the density and dimensional requirements under the zoning ordinance. They're proposing 9 4-bedroom units and 2 2-bedroom units. One of the 4-bedroom units and one of the 2-bedroom units will be designated as affordable in compliance with the town's exclusionary zoning requirements. Since the project contains 2 residential buildings, it's considered a multi-household land development project, which has a couple requirements we'll need to request waivers from. The first is the 100-foot setback from Kingstown Road. And as the board knows, the design element requirements in the Kingstown Road require the buildings to be pushed closer to the road with the parking behind them. And the second requirement is that the building be separated by 50 feet, as we're proposing 10 feet of separation. We're also requesting a waiver from the perimeter landscaping requirements. We've been to the, before the planning board on a pre-application and the TRC, and we made several changes based on the comments from both the planning staff and the board members. We also appeared before the Conservation Commission and received positive feedback from them. If the master plan is approved, the applicant would then move forward with any zoning and state approvals. We come back to the board for preliminary plan. At that time, would have more detailed engineering plans regarding drainage and landscaping. With me tonight is the project engineer, Steve Cabral from Crossman Engineering. He's going to go over the existing conditions, the proposed site plan, and I believe today the board received a letter from one of the neighbors, and Mr. Cabral is going to address some of the issues raised in that letter. And we also have Chris Bichio and Russ Johnson representing the applicant. So Steve, if you want to go forward.
Okay, yes, thank you. Oh, Jay, is it possible that I could control the screen, or
Yeah.
otherwise if you can go back to the existing? Oh. Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is an aerial image of the existing conditions. Well, actually the conditions right before the buildings were demolished within the past couple of years. And as John pointed out, it's the site of the previous Katina Twist restaurant, and there were 2 rental housing properties in the back. And as you can see, the site was essentially fully developed, with the majority of the site was paved. And then there was a little bit of lawn area surrounding the homes. Now there's no historical feature or aspect with this property, and there are no actual regulated wetlands on the site, but there is a regulated wetland at the northern corner, which would be the top left of the plan. There is a vegetated wetland on the adjacent property, and because it's a vegetated wetland, there is a 50-foot perimeter wetland that does extend into the property. And in the middle of the wetland, we found an intermittent stream, and that intermittent stream also has a 100-foot riverbank wetland that does encroach into the property. And that's reflected by those yellow dashed lines. The inner one would be the 50-foot perimeter wetland, and the 100 feet is the riverbank wetland. So those areas just identify the state's jurisdictional limit. It doesn't mean that we can't do work in those areas. And the site drains to the rear of the property, and it is in the watershed of the Saugatucket River, which does have a TMDL for fecal coliform. And in general terms, what that means is that as we design the drainage, we just have to make sure that we address the TMDL, the total maximum daily load for fecal coliform. And we certainly will, mitigate all runoff from the site, and I'll get into that into the next screen. The soils on site, we have performed a series of soil evaluations, and basically the soil's a silty loam. The water table gets very shallow as we get closer to the wetland, and it's not as shallow where the building is. The topography is such that the high point is right along Kingstown Road, and there's a very slight slope from Kingstown Road to the back, and that grade difference is about 8 feet. But because of the distance, it's a very easy slope to work with. Now, one of the drainage issues that we have to deal with is that Kingstown Road, which is a state highway, has a low point very close to the front of the property in the area where we have the R10 and R20 symbol in Kingstown Road. And the state DOT does have a couple of catch basins there to collect runoff and divert it away from the site. But the way the site's been graded and maintained over the years, some of the gutter flow as it drains to the south along Kingstown Road actually bypasses some of those catch basins. So part of our project is going to be to channel the water to the state drains in the manner that it was originally intended. And as John mentioned, we did confirm that there is public water and public sewer available for the site. So we don't have to deal with any on-site septic systems. Now, Jay, if we could go to the next plan.
Different sheet. I mean,
Oh yes, this sheet here with the proposed. Okay, this is perfect. Now, as John mentioned, a few years ago, the site was permitted for a new restaurant, and that was for a new dance place, which for different reasons did not come to be. But I just want to touch on a few points with the dance place that was approved. Basically, that was going to be a restaurant which had a capacity for 191 people, and it had a parking area with 70 cars, and it had its only access diagonally across from the West Wind Estates access point. With the new development, the intensity of the use is significantly smaller. It certainly won't have a capacity of 191 people. The parking lot has been reduced, instead of 70 for dance places, down to 44. And working with the developer, it was decided to completely eliminate the curb cut on Kingstown Road, and will integrate this development with his existing landings apartment complex, and will share the access off of Rollins Drive. Now, as John mentioned, we did have a pre-application meeting with the planning board. We also met with the Conservation Commission. Oh, Jay, I have to ask, am I moving the screen or you?
you are.
Okay, that was just a nervous twitch. Sorry about that. Okay, some of the features that we've incorporated into the design based upon the comments is that we've thickened the evergreen screen on the northern border, as was recommended by the planning board. We've also decided to go with permeable pavement. So it's going to be a porous pavement, in accordance with the DEM stormwater manual guidelines. So from the surface, it will look like black bituminous pavement, but the pore space will be much larger. So it does act as a porous reservoir. And below the pavement layer, there'll be an underground layer of stone, which will act to capture the rainfall and allow it to gradually dissipate into the underlying soil. So the use of the porous pavement is going to assist us in meeting the TMDL requirements of the Saugatucket River. We also intend on capturing the runoff from the rooftop, collecting it in an underground detention system, which will be in the green area, and then we'll discharge it into a small pond at the rear of the property, which we anticipate it will be a sand filter, which will provide, additional water quality treatment. Under today's conditions, where there's actually more pavement than we're proposing, there's no stormwater mitigation that occurs, and the runoff untreated discharges directly into that wetland. So from an environmental perspective, there's going to be a significant benefit in water quality. And also, as you could see, we're significantly increasing the buffer from the wetland to the edge of our porous parking lot. Under current conditions, the edge of the pavement is actually pretty much at the edge of the wetlands. Another feature that we decided to add in is that we'll be providing a walkway along the front of the property going all the way to Rollins Drive, so that the residents would have a direct pedestrian access to the bus stops. And let's see, for landscaping in the front, we know that the aesthetics and the visual corridor along Kingstown Road is going to be certainly as important to the community and more importantly to the residents of Westwind Drive. So what we've depicted here is really just an image of potential landscaping, but our next step, once we get through the master plan process, is to have our landscape architect actually design the street trees and the planting so that really fits in and enhances the area. And it'll certainly be much more attractive than the old restaurant. Now, what I wanted to do is just briefly touch on the waivers that we're requesting. John did mention that there's a 10-foot perimeter landscaping requirement for parking lots, and we're seeking a waiver down to 0 feet. But what I want to point out is that the reason for that waiver is that we're tying in the new parking lot to the existing parking lot. So that 10 to 0 foot waiver is actually right along the common property line between the new housing and the existing housing. We will be providing the required buffer on all other, all other sides of the property. In regards to the 100-foot building setback requirement, as John mentioned, we're providing 25 feet, but due to the irregular shape of the lot, it really isn't viable to place the buildings on 100 feet back. By providing the 25-foot setback from Kingstown Road, it allows us to completely hide the parking lot behind the buildings, which we understand is certainly the goal of the Kingstown Management District. And that's the same reason that we're seeking a 50-foot landscape buffer reduction from the front yard down to 25. Again, if we push the buildings 50 feet back from Kingstown Road, it would sort of eliminate the viability of having an effective parking lot behind the buildings. And also because of the shape of the lot, we are able to provide 10 feet clearance between each building, but the lot certainly isn't wide enough to allow the required 50-foot separation. We could provide the 50-foot separation if we placed one of the buildings along the side or the rear, but from an aesthetic as well as functional reasons, it's certainly better to keep the buildings closer to the front, certainly to screen the parking. When it comes to the overall development, as John mentioned, we have 11 units, and with the 11 units, we're required to have 40 parking spaces, and we're providing 44. The reason we're providing 4 spaces above the requirement is that we do know that the adjacent building needs more parking. So we feel that requesting an additional 4 spaces is a realistic request, knowing that those spaces will be used by the abutters. But I do want to point out, I'm not sure how clear this will be on your screens, but let's see.
The Zoom button, oh, you got it.
Yeah, there it is. I just said everyone's image hiding my Zoom button. In the upper left corner of sheet C5, we have diagrams of the buildings. And building 1 is the building on the left side of the site. Building 2, of course, is the one on the right. And what this image depicts is the first floor layout of each building. In building 1, you see that we have 2 4-bedroom unit buildings and 2 2-bedroom unit buildings, apartments. One of those is designated as affordable. And on building 2, the building on the right side, we have 3 4-bedroom units on the lower level. And then if you scroll to the lower diagram, this represents the image of the second floor. And both buildings, building 1 and 2, will both have 2 4-bedroom unit buildings on each. And if I may, one other item I wanted to point out is that there's a requirement that approximately 10% of the land area be reserved as open space for use by the residents. So what we've done, we've created a lawn area that's identified in red, which will be established, as lawn area for use by the residents. And we've identified the minimum requirement is 5,300 square feet. But this area as identified is actually a little bit larger than the minimum requirement. Okay, the last item I just wanted to point out would be, okay, the last plan in the plan set is the general drainage and utility layout for the site. Basically, water and sewer are right in Kingstown Road in the front. So we'll work with the Kingston Water District as well as the South Kingston Sewer Department to identify the best locations. But generally, we know it's going to be a straight shot to Kingstown Road for water and sewer. And in the upper left corner is a typical image of the cross section of what the porous pavement makeup will be. And I'll just very quickly go through that. And basically, the way the porous pavement is set up, you have the bituminous pavement, which has a void space of approximately 15%. Then you have a series of filtering systems to help capture the sand that may fall on the, on the pavement. And then there's a filtering course, which is a fine sand that provides added cleaning of any particulates. And then at the very bottom, there's a reservoir course of crushed stone, which helps collect the runoff. And as I said, it just allows the water to store temporarily to give it a chance to infiltrate into the ground. Now, the use of porous pavement does have unique maintenance requirements, and the owner is, more than prepared to, to commit to those maintenance requirements. And basically, those are that periodically the porous pavement should be vacuumed or power washed to make sure that you minimize any type of, debris that could clog the pores. And also, we need to make sure we minimize the use of any salt during the winter, because with porous pavement, you have a high level, you're providing a conduit for water to reach the groundwater. So you want to minimize any type of pollutants that could impact the groundwater. So that's a very brief overview of the proposal. And I'd be glad to help answer any of your questions that you may have. And John did mention that there was a letter from an abutter. And I do recall one of the primary concerns was drainage. And our firm was the designer of the dance place. And when we were designing the dance place, we did visit the site on multiple occasions during heavy rain events. So the overflow of stormwater along the back of the property from the adjacent rooftop, as well as runoff along Kingstown Road, we've observed, we've experienced, and we will make sure that as we enter the final design, we will address the concerns that the abutter had, because they were all valid concerns in regards to drainage. Now, along Kingstown Road, basically, we'll be seeking approval to place a curbing so that the water in Kingstown Road will be able to be directed directly to the state DOT catch basins. And along the rear of the property, where the adjacent building has downspouts, we're going to make sure that we provide ample room so that swale that conveys runoff from the adjacent parking lot and building can continue to flow directly to the wetland. And our new construction will certainly not impact that flow. And it's similar to the approach we had with Dan's Place, where we made sure we maintained that rear ground elevation so that we didn't impact the runoff from the area. Okay, now, was there any other topic you would like me to respond to? I'd certainly be glad to.
Well, before we do that, Mr. Cabral, let me open it up to the board. If there's any comments or questions to either Mr. Kenyon or to Mr. Cabral.
I have a couple questions for Mr. Cabral.
Go ahead, Maria.
Thank you for outlining the concerns that were brought forward in the letter. I know that there was also a series of photographs. It was a PowerPoint that I only have one monitor, so I can't access that and look at the site plan at the same time. But just wondering if you had any thoughts. It was unclear exactly where some of the how the photos related to the site. And I'm happy to hear that you're going to be able to mitigate a lot of those concerns, particularly with regard to the watershed in general. So I guess that's one sort of question. And then I know in the Conservation Commission note to us, they said something about, given the water table, if for some reason DEM does not allow the pervious pavement, which I commend you for doing, do you have any sense of whether or not that is likely to happen? And then do you have a backup plan should that occur?
Yep, okay. So first to the photos, if I go to the existing
Stephen,
image.
if I can interrupt, if you like,
Yes.
I can put those photos up if it would be helpful.
Yes, okay.
Computer is thinking.
Although Jay, or do I have to give up control, or you were able to take it from me?
I think you still have control.
Okay. Now, do I have to give control up? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, this is an image that's right in front of where the old restaurant used to be. And yeah, so this should be looking towards URI with West Wind Drive over here to the left. So basically, during heavy downpours, water comes gushing down the gutter and it bypasses some of the existing catch basins. And the reason is just the grading of the site. It makes it easier for the water to take a shortcut and cut through the property and gets diverted to the rear wetland. Okay, where there.
Control that? There you go.
Oh, yep, there it is. Okay, so yeah, this is another image further down. You can see how there's gutter flow and it's bypassing the existing catch basin. So what we're proposing is that, well, one reason is we plan on, improving the landscaping. So we'll have lawn and plantings along the gutter. And we certainly don't want the runoff along Kingstown Road to erode the landscaping. So we'll be seeking approval from DOT to place a curbing right along the gutter line. And we'll be diverting the flow into this and the next catch basin. Okay, again, this is just another catch basin along that stretch of road. Okay, the two homes to the left, those are the existing homes that have recently been demolished at the back of the property. So this would be the existing apartment building at the very back. So if you're at the street, Kingstown Road, looking into the site, you'll be able to see this building. And during rain events, you can see that the downspouts splash onto the grass. And there's I believe there's like a little paved walkway, but it acts as a gully. And water from the parking lot comes rushing down the gully into that wetland, which is in the back corner. So I believe the abutter wanted to make sure that we didn't worsen that condition. Yeah, so here's another view where you could see the walkway. And I believe this was a little opening so that residents could walk to the old restaurant. Yeah, here's a view closer to the parking lot. And that in the far background on the right, that's of course, the existing apartment right behind the site. So when it rains, you get water flowing right down the walkway directly into the wetland. So this is actually on the adjacent property, but what we're proposing is to make sure that we don't do anything that would increase the flow to this low-lying area. And we're certainly not going to block it from entering the wetland. And these are just other views. Okay, this would be one of the homes that was demolished. So I believe Kingstown Road, of course, would be in the distance, and this would be where that parking lot is initially draining into that walkway. So you can see there is considerable flow. Okay, did that help?
Yes, thank you very much. That was very helpful. And then just the question about DEM and the pervious pavement.
Yes, with the pervious pavement, they do recommend that say the top of the sand filter layer be 3 feet above the seasonal high groundwater level. But they can be flexible and allow 2 feet of clearance for residential uses, which this is. And also if we have, say, a 12-inch layer of sand, that they're more flexible. So we are optimistic that they will allow the pervious pavement to be built. If for some reason they don't, we could always go back to a system similar to what we designed for Dan's Place. And what we designed for Dan's Place is we captured all of the runoff from the pavement and the rooftop. We had to raise the elevation of the back portion of the site a few feet so that we could have an underground storage system that was lined. And then the underground storage system would attenuate the flow so that it would discharge at a slow rate. And that rate was governed by the capacity of a sand filter that we were proposing in the back corner of the property. So if for some reason DEM doesn't allow the porous pavement, we'll go with an underground detention discharging into a sand filter. And that system also will meet the requirements of the Saugatucket TMDL.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cabral. Any other questions from board members?
I had a question. Can you go to C2 sheet, please, Mr. Cabral?
Yes.
At the pre-app, I had some concerns about the number of parking spaces, and I believe one of the application owners mentioned that they wanted to use some overflow from adjacent properties to provide more parking. So I can live with that. I understand his reasoning and actually that he's trying to improve conditions on his existing site makes sense. But that middle planting, what's the width of that planting in the middle of the parking lot? Where the walkway is. Can you give me a rough estimate?
Yes, let's see. Approximately, I don't have that. I believe approximately 8 feet. What we were hoping to do is create this as a sort of like a rain garden.
Yeah,
so
and I was just hoping to break up that parking lot a little with a little more greenery, and I wasn't exactly sure what that width was.
Yes,
And
so
it's 8 feet. That should be enough room to get some plantings in there. And sometimes when they're too narrow between the snow plowing and people running into it with, being a little aggressive with their cars, they kind of get beat up. But with 8 feet, hopefully your plantings in there can thrive and provide some greenery within the middle of that parking lot.
Yes, okay. And I'll make sure that the landscape architect is aware, to make sure there's shrubbery in that area, that can survive in a depressed planting area.
So I just want to comment to the application overall, and I think Mr. Cabral, you did a very good job of presenting the existing condition, and then also when it was approved, what the board approved under Dan's Restaurant, which again never materialized, but it is a less intensive use as currently proposed than what was approved under Dan's Restaurant. So, and again, as Maria stated, I agree. Thank you for the pervious pavement system. Hopefully DEM will see that as a functional system, in particular with this particular site, and I think that would help out. So thank you for that. Are there any other comments, board members?
A couple comments. First of all, overall, I like the project. When I first saw it, I was a little concerned about the density, but the more it's explained, actually, the more I like it. I like the parking lot in the back, and I think it's going to be great for the area. A couple comments. I know we're early on the landscape plan, but I'm hoping that the final landscape plan, especially along Route 108, extends all the way down to Roland's Drive. So you encompass that older apartment building and the landscape in front there too. So hopefully along that entire length. And the other comment is that there's going to be some pretty significant trees that are being removed. So I'm hoping that your final landscape plan not only includes grass and shrubbery, but also some plantings of trees that will eventually be full-size shade trees. And I'd like to see a mix of those in there as well. And then just lastly, on the, maybe you could talk a little about the affordable housing. You know, the 4-bedroom, what's your vision for that? I mean, I anticipate that a lot of these are going to maybe have some URI students or some grad students. What's your vision of how this affordable housing, both the 2-bedroom unit and the 4-bedroom unit, works into that overall plan?
Okay, I'm not sure if that's a question for you, John.
Also, Chris and Russ Johnson are here. If they, maybe they can address the operational parts of it. But they will be rental units. But I see Chris popping up. Do you want to address that? You have to unmute yourself, Chris.
So we'll be meeting the 80% AMI as required by the affordability guidelines of the state of Rhode Island, and will encompass a.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. I'm not sure if anyone else.
Yeah, same way.
Yeah.
We're having difficulty.
Does that help at all?
Yes, a little better.
Not really that much.
Speak loud.
Okay, so we're going to be working with, these units will be 80% of AMI as required per the affordability guidelines of the state of Rhode Island. So we'll have 1 2-bedroom, 1 4-bedroom, and they will be for rent. So, we're hoping that working with the town of South Kingstown, they will help us identify folks who would be qualified and would be needing of this housing in this income bracket. I don't know if that helps or not.
Do you anticipate them being students as well, or not necessarily?
Joe, good question. Students do not qualify for low-income housing. So we will probably be looking more for, people who would qualify either in the education profession, public service, things of that nature. And it could be teachers or graduate students and faculty.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from board members?
May I ask a quick question?
Sure, go ahead, Susan.
Hi. So following that conversation in the application materials, it says that these apartments will probably mostly appeal to URI students. And I wonder if there was anything in place to prevent this from becoming a loud, young party neighborhood for the abutting neighbors.
Susan, that's a good question. So currently, about 27% of our residents at the current Landings project are undergrad students. And I think if, as you can see from the letter written by the abutter, we've had no issues with any of the abutters in the 9 years we have owned the project. So we have on-site management, our maintenance people live on site. It is 11 units. We have 132 units. So we're only elevating the total unit count to 143. We have a lot of experience at this project, specifically this community, with students, as well as grad students and faculty. And it's been running pretty well. And I think that's evidenced by the abutter's comment in the letter to the planning board.
Thank you. And I only have the materials that are coming up on the screen. Do you have a rendering of what this would look like from the street that we can see?
That'll be the next phase. Once we get the buildings approved, then we can go ahead and design the 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional renderings.
Thank you very much.
I had one more comment that I just wanted to add on to what Joe had mentioned, and that is, as your landscape architect develops the plan, it's important that they consider a greater level of plantings along Route 108. It just shows the 5, which I understand is just sort of a generic, but to have adequate plantings and that they do continue to Rollins Drive.
Okay, I'll be sure to convey that message to the
Thank you.
designer.
Any further questions from the board? If
I have a
none-
question.
Yep, go ahead, Pam.
Pam Rubinoff here. I was just reading something here, and I'm just wondering, for right now, these are apartments for rental. Is there anything that in the future that would prevent these from becoming condominiums?
I can answer that, Pam. There is a law in Rhode Island that states we can't discriminate against, this is Amy Goins, legal counsel. We can't discriminate against the condominium form of ownership. So a dwelling unit is a dwelling unit. LMI units, we have a little more control over whether they're for sale or rental, but there would be nothing to prevent this from being turned into condos if that's what the owner desired to do at some point.
Okay, that actually makes sense, Amy, because when I was looking at something here that talked about the units are restricted for, the LMI units would be restricted for ownership or occupancy. So that's why I was wondering about that. So you just clarified that in fact, we have the control over the LMI units. So regardless, for 99 years, if they're either owned or occupied by low, moderate income. Thank you. That's good clarification.
John, I'm hoping I get a question into Amy. Amy, as you know, the town has some regulations in place when there is more than 3 non-related people living together. Then there's requirements that has to be met, and there's a process where the town can revoke that if there's bad behavior, I guess, or how would that work here where we have multiple units in a building? Is it applicable per unit? Is it applicable per building? Both the granting of the approval and if they had to, the revoking that.
Amy Goins, legal counsel again. A special use permit for occupancy by more than 3 unrelated people would be required. Per the zoning ordinance, that special use permit can only be granted in 3-year increments. So the special use permit, if granted, would be in effect for 3 years. And then if the owner wanted to seek renewal, they would have to appear again before the zoning board. So unless and until the zoning ordinance changes, that would be the review procedure. Now, it's possible that at some point in the future, if that ordinance is changed such that a property like this wouldn't be subject to that requirement, they could be relieved of that requirement to continually appear before the zoning board every 3 years. But that's the existing regulatory framework.
Is it applicable for the property in its entirety, or is it applicable for each of the 9 4-bedroom units individually?
I'm not sure if we've had a multifamily one before. I don't know if they would be required to submit an application for every single dwelling unit. I haven't looked into that yet. But in any event, it would be noticed as a public hearing. And regarding what would happen if something went awry, it wouldn't, the terminology we use wouldn't be revocation. It would be potentially a notice of violation of the zoning ordinance or the conditions of the special use permit. So if conditions weren't being met, the property owner would be cited. And obviously the special use permit would likely not be renewed unless the violation was remediated.
Thank you.
Amy, can I jump in for a second?
Please.
In answering Mr. Murphy's question. I haven't seen a multi-family one, but the first one that we did was for Paul Sherman's neighborhood up right next to URI. And I think there were 9 houses in there.
Yeah.
That's right.
And we did one zoning application with all 9 houses, which is how I would anticipate doing this.
That I think makes sense, because it would be duplicative and probably quite expensive to file applications for every single unit. I think we could provide sufficient notice by indicating all the unit numbers, and then of course making sure the public knows exactly how many people we're talking about.
Thank you.
Great. Jay, I noticed we have 27 attendees, and I just want to make sure that we give time to the public. And I'm not seeing any hands up, but I just wanted to have you take a look and see if people are looking to comment.
Sure. If anybody in the audience would like to participate at this point, you can, if you're participating over the computer, you can press the raise your hand button. I believe it's the bottom right side of your screen. Or if you're on the phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. I see no one raising their hand.
John, may I make a motion to close the public hearing?
We have a motion from Steve to close the public hearing. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second from Maria. Any further discussion?
I just wanted to ensure that staff feels that there are no additional issues on their end.
No, sorry, this is Jay Parker, Principal Planner. We don't feel that there are any potential issues. I think the application at this point is very thorough and thoughtfully put together. I did want to just add one thing, in that this is a public informational meeting and not a public for clarification.
Thank you, Jay. Okay, so we have a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 And let's do this, Pam. Let's go back to the roll call to be, so we know who's voting yes, aye or nay.
Very good. Maria Mack,
Aye.
Steve DeMasi,
Aye.
Joe Murphy,
Aye.
Susan Axelrod.
I haven't been sworn in officially to the board yet.
Okay. John Riondo,
Aye.
Pam Rubinoff, aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd just like to bring to your attention on the staff summary, the staff memo to you, under findings of fact, there was some carryover from a template that was used that needs to be cleaned up just a little bit. Just so everyone's aware, I think you can all see that on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
This section was brought over and I mistakenly missed modifying from the template. So it would be my recommendation that this would be the amended version of it, if it can be referenced.
It's G through K on that section.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
All right, so we have a motion from Maria and with the amendments as stated by Jay. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second
Excuse
from Steve. Do we have a discussion, further discussion?
This is
just-
Amy.
Just
Before
one
we take,
question.
can we
Hey.
clarify whether Ms. Axelrod is going to be participating as a voting member tonight or not? She indicated that she hadn't been sworn in yet. And I don't know whether that's the responsibility of the town clerk, the planning board chair, or someone else. But I think we should clarify going forward whether she's sitting in as a member to be, or she's participating as an active member.
Yeah, the town.
So with that
clerk can
said,
get
Amy, what do you
motion.
suggest? Because my understanding is that the clerk will do that, not the chair. At least that's my understanding. I could be wrong.
The town clerk usually does it.
Yes, that's usually how it's done.
Okay, so if that hasn't been done yet, then I would say let's have Miss Axelrod participate, but not vote.
Okay,
tonight.
so to her credit, she's already done that with the previous motion to close the public hearing. So I think we'll continue along those lines, Susan, and we'll proceed. So let me go back. So thank you, Amy, for pointing that out. And procedurally, you are 100% correct. So we have a motion from Maria with the amendments indicated by Jay. We have a second from Steve Damasi. And is there any further discussion on the motion?
John, I do have one question, which is the affordable units. Usually it's 20% of the overall number. This is slightly less than 20%. I don't know if Jay or Amy can tell us that we meet the requirements of the zoning. This is 2 out of 11.
Is it because of the bedrooms, Joe, though? Because
I don't know. I just want to, if there is a reason that we meet the zoning, I just want to make sure I understand it.
I'm not sure if we touched on that at pre-app, and it might have been based on the number of bedrooms. So we have 4 bedrooms plus the 2, so we have 6 bedrooms.
Amy or Jay, I mean, do we meet the zoning regulations with this?
As I understand it, this is Jay. As I understand it, the number was based on the 9 units, with the 2 additional being affordable, constituting the 20%.
So, I mean, in the past, when we've generated, calculated, I thought we calculated it on the overall number, the 20% of the overall number.
No, because that would eliminate the density bonus.
All right, so it's 2 out of 9, essentially, two affordable for 9.
You take, you're right.
Okay.
All right.
My only
So
question,
it is-
John.
So based on the 9, it meets the 20% requirement.
Correct.
Okay,
You do round up.
correct.
John,
Okay,
I have a slight addition under conditions of approval number 7,
what page are you on?
page
Pam?
8 of
Yep.
9.
Okay,
The parking lot shall be designed and installed with pervious pavement to minimize potential water quality impacts from stormwater. We should probably add in, unless this is not allowed by Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management. We didn't think so, but I know that that came up as, we're assuming that they will let them, but if not,
Yes,
So
I
the
would,
go ahead, Amy.
this is Amy. I would suggest just including the phrase subject to DEM approval.
perfect. Thank you, Amy.
Works. Okay, and we see that amended by Jay on item number 7. Thank you, Jay. Any further discussion regarding the motion? Okay, Pam, can you take a roll call vote?
Wow, this is a lot of work today. Yes. Maria Mack,
Aye.
Stephen Damasi,
Aye.
Joe Murphy,
Aye.
Pam Rubinoff. Aye. John Riondo.
Aye.
That's it.
Okay, so we have 5. We're good.
Great. Thank you. Have a good night.
Aye, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you all.
Okay, next agenda item is conceptual master plan public informational meeting on a major subdivision, flexible design residential project, Northwood subdivision. Do we have the applicants, who I see several?
Yes. Hello,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. This is James Callahan representing Earl Greco and Michael O'Brien, Northwoods major subdivision.
All right, very good, Mr. Callahan, thank you. Would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for having us tonight. James Callahan on behalf of Callahan and Callahan, 3 Brown Street in Wickford. Again, representing Northwoods major subdivision. As you probably know, I wasn't here at the last meeting on May 28th, but I did actually watch it by chance. I don't know if I need some kind of intervention or something, but it was interesting to say the least. Since that meeting on May 28th, Earl, Greco, and Mike have met with the TRC and gone over some issues with the plan. And I think we have some amendments that we've presented. Those amendments include an increase in the road width from 35 to 40 feet with 20 feet paved to allow for drainage, swales, and engineering. I believe Mr. Bourbonnais has no real objection to that based on engineering. Also, the low to moderate income unit has moved to lot 2 within the subdivision so that the integration requirement is more satisfied. Additionally, regarding buffers on lot 1, which is the northeast corner of the property, the vegetated buffer has been increased from 50 feet to 80 feet along South Road. That would be a forested open space buffer along the entirety of lot 1, which is 240 feet. And that is a heavily forested area that will allow virtually no visual sight line to South Road. And notably, when we say open space in this presentation, we mean basically forested and vegetated open space. Additionally, regarding buffers on lot 2, which is south of lot 1 on South Road, we're proposing an increase in the buffer from 50 feet to 70 feet. That lot also has a topographical drop-off, which will help with the visual buffer to the street side as well. And on lot 3, which is south of lot 2, we have an increased buffer from the 50 feet proposed earlier to 60 feet. We're still seeking relief from the 100-foot buffer on those lots, but we believe based on the vegetation and the forested space, there's really no visual sight lines. Additionally, we spoke to Mr. Richmond, who was the neighbor across the street, and we believe we've had some good discussions with him on those sight lines. Also, in the past few weeks or past few days, really, we've spoken to the other attorneys, Mr. Landry and Mr. Doherty, who I believe on the line tonight, regarding the buffer objections on the northern and western side of the property. Notably, Mr. Landry has not objected to the eastern buffer reduction waiver request because potentially that would mean the lots would move toward the west, which is closer to his client's property. We've had discussions with Mr. Landry about increasing the vegetation and the screening in the western side, but we haven't come to an agreement yet. We'd like to proceed tonight, but we understand that there are still some issues we may need to address.
Located the bus stop too.
We also relocated the bus stop, which is to the southeastern end or corner of the lot.
Where lot 15 was.
Where lot 15 was. And regarding the prior meeting on May 28th, even I could notice that Earl and Mike were a little frustrated in trying to work with the board and towards a resolution. And I didn't quite understand what was going on then, but I kind of see it now. On the northern lot borderline, the proposed perimeter buffer is 50 feet or more along the entirety of that lot line. And that's a requirement according to the flexible plan. Obviously, Mr. Doherty and his clients object to that buffer. I guess they want it larger, but we're not asking for a waiver in that respect. And with us tonight, we have Mr. Kurt Van Dexter, who is a registered landscape architect in Rhode Island. I'd like to ask if he could give some descriptions and some information to the board about the vegetation on both the western side and the northern lot lines. Would that be all right?
Sure.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm Kurt Van Dexter, registered landscape architect in Rhode Island and Connecticut. Former president of the Rhode Island chapter of ASLA, and I will do my best to verbally guide you through this. So the vegetation, you may or may not be familiar with the parcel itself. The vegetation starting from near South Road on the northern perimeter, you have a 60-foot proposed buffer of large larch trees, mature larch, 80 feet tall, 12 inches and wider in diameter. They've been there for many decades. They will continue to be there for a very long time. Their lifespan is about 250 years old. Underneath of them, there is very little underbrush. There is very little underbrush because with the dense shade created during the growing months by these trees, nothing can grow there. You've got a little bit of ferns where the light can get in, but that's about it. As you progress west along that northern perimeter there, the buffer drops down to 50 feet. You're no longer in the area of the large trees. You start getting into area of mixed hardwoods. You've got red maple, various species of oak, and you have a lot of understory growth coming in. You have quite a few young American holly. You have multiple stands of Myrica bayberry, and you also have a large area of forest floor ground cover with the princess pine, which should not be disturbed at all. Should be protected. And as you continue past there, you get to the third section of the northern buffer, which the option is either to leave it alone or bump it out to 60 feet from, leave it alone at 50 feet or bump it out to 60 feet with plantings in. It pretty much reflects the same as the second section. You have, again, a lot of the understory going on. You have larger specimens of the understory. You have 6 foot tall American hollies. You have a lot of white pine, both in that section and section 2. And you also start getting more invasives going on. Japanese barberry, Oriental bittersweet, and so forth. So my recommendation would be to remove invasives, but with trying not to impact anything else, because they eventually would create havoc and choke out the existing native vegetation that's growing there now. As you turn and go down the western perimeter, there are some very large mature trees all through that area. The lower elevations, mostly red maple, both single trunk and multi-trunk, and very large diameters. As you go up in elevation closer to the lots, lot 12, the lots, I can't read off the.
Mr. Van Dexter, I've given you your or James's computer control over the screen. So if you want to hover the mouse over the area that
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Well, the corner lot there, the upper elevations, you have, again, a mixture of various species of oak. You also have hickory, 2 different species of hickory grown in that area. And again, some of the pine at the higher elevations. But it's very dense. There's a very dense understory as well. And walking the length of it, it's like being in a forest. I actually could not see a house until I got down to Curtis Corner Road. There was a white house I was able to see through there, but that was it.
That's on our development.
That's on your development?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's it. I can go into further specifics if you would like, but that's a general synopsis of the vegetation along these areas.
To the infill planting that you suggested along South Road. Infill planting on the South Road buffers.
On the South Road buffers. Oh yeah. Well, any infill planting anywhere, I would stay with the native species because they would work the best. They would be most successful, and they would be the ones that the animals won't eat and they'll leave alone. They will be the ones that will thrive in that area. The infill plantings along South Road, I would stay with white pine for tree white pine, red maple, and others. For the understory, I would go with American holly with, I keep on going to the Latin, the northern arrowwood, and similar to fill in here and there.
In a staggered.
Thank you, Mr. Van Dexter.
Absolutely staggered, yes. You're welcome. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Van Dexter?
Just a comment, this is Maria. I agree with Mr. Van Dexter's assessment of the site. And I think that it is important that we try to protect this area. Obviously, very carefully have removal of invasives and potentially, particularly on the northern, that western northern area, there's an opportunity to add some plant material, thereby increasing the buffer along that area. Also, it might be an idea, and this has been discussed in the past, to decrease the lot sizes a certain amount so that it's not only better in keeping with the idea of an FDRP, but it also will serve to protect the open space and the buffer more effectively.
So this is John. I participated in the TRC, and there was that was a lengthy discussion. And I think what Mr. Callahan has pointed out already, in particular for lots 1, 2, and 3, which did shrink some. And the other aspect of why they were hesitant, number one, is the lots on the western boundary in particular, lot 7, 8, 9, and 10, all have elevation issues, so it drops off considerably. You can see that right now with the topo. So the further west you take the lots, all lots, the further west you do, and if you do try to shrink, it presents grade elevation issues for the 4 lots, and that was that was made plain and clear by the applicant and, well, several members of the applicant team. So I think that's why we're seeing this. Again, lot 2 is now, the affordable, which brings it into the development, as Mr. Callahan pointed out. And also one thing that was agreed to, which I think was agreed at the last meeting, was the 40-foot right-of-way and 20-foot pavement. The 40-foot was kind of at the request of Rich, and that was granted. So I just wanted to share that with the board, that the grade changes on the western boundary, if they get squeezed, they present some real hardship of grade.
Perhaps what we could do also to help the situation is to have a very well-defined limit of disturbance as this moves forward, and make sure that that is adhered to.
Yeah, and that's one thing we have to keep in mind, that right now we're looking at a fully forested site. And that's the reasons why we feel we need the buffer zones that we've requested, because once those lots are sold to an individual lot owner, they could clear their land as much as they want. So that's why I think it's very important that we ensure that we get the most out of our buffers. I think along South Road, we need a consistent buffer. I don't believe stepping back the buffer from 80 feet to 70 feet to 60 feet. That's very hard to maintain. As one yard to another, you see one guy's got a lawn back 10 feet further than you. It encourages that owner to push his back a little. I think the buffers should be consistent, 80 feet across the front and 60 through the back. I do appreciate that they've relocated the affordable housing lot within there. I would think that, based on the lot size, they still have well over 20,000 square feet on a lot of these lots. And, with a flexible design, one of the things is you reduce your lot size and you cluster to protect more open space and basically almost hide the development so that you can't even see it. And I think that's the important thing. I mean, if you want to do a conventional subdivision with large lots, then, you need to rethink what you want to do here. But again, I think we need to maintain those buffers along South Road and the north side. And also, Amy, you were going to look into the cemeteries
Yes,
jurisdictions.
this is Amy, special legal counsel. A property owner who has a historic cemetery on their property is not required by law to maintain that cemetery. What happens typically is the volunteers and members of the Historical Cemetery Commission in Rhode Island will seek to gain access to the property for voluntary maintenance. And typically the property owner would require a waiver of liability, which is statutory in any event. But to answer the question, whatever the condition of the stone wall or the gravestones themselves, certainly the property owner couldn't disturb the cemetery, at least absent any kind of permission from the council to alter or alter it in any way. But there is no responsibility that the property owner maintain the cemetery.
And are they, is the ownership of that land within that development, or is that those cemeteries and the square footage not part of this?
I haven't looked into that.
Okay, and the it also says in the ordinances something about town council as to approve, and they have to maintain a 25-foot no excavation.
Correct.
So I'm not sure. Now, it says they need to have the town council approval prior to, so do they, at what point do they need to go to the town council and get?
They would need to go to the town council if they propose to conduct any work within that that buffer.
Okay.
Isn't that also state law?
That is also state law. Our ordinance mirrors the state law.
Yeah. And do we know if these cemeteries are plotted on a map? Because it also says they have to be plotted and identified in the boundaries.
I don't know if they've been identified on a GIS map of some kind. I haven't investigated that.
Amy, with that said, I mean, clearly the applicant has identified it on their plan. So I'm sure they took some measurements, some, pulled dimensions from somewhere. So I would imagine it's somewhere in town records and the state as well.
Yeah, I would think that this could be an issue that would be given further attention at the preliminary stage.
Okay. So we have Steve raises some valid points. He's consistent with his concerns of the buffer. And I just want to open that up to the applicant and Mr. Callahan.
We have Earl Greco with us here tonight as well. I think he'd like to weigh in on a couple of those items.
Hi, everybody. I understand Steve's point with the buffers. I remember Steve made a comment initially at the last meeting that when driving up South Road, he was concerned with the line of sight. And in regards to that, we increased the buffer of the larches to 60 feet there, and for the entire length of lot 1, and also increased from 50 to 80 feet. At that point, with the next lot that we came to, in that lot encompassed the cemetery also. Topographically, when you drive up South Road, that's a high point there. So that gives, I think, very good buffering, visual buffering as you drive up towards the property and past it. Lot 2, if you look at the topo, there's a hollow in there, and that would be closer to the area of the home site, and that's why we reduced it. And with lot 3, we have the road coming around. Now, when we read the FDRP, I know they encourage us not to do a lot of cut and fills. So a lot of this design is based on, one of the criteria is the topography. If we were to move that road and that curve further west, we're at a higher elevation there. And so we moved it as far as we could with lot 3 and be able to get a house site in there that would be comfortable and not on the new road. So I know some of these lots, we're not asking for the bonuses that we could get with it, typically a developer would get with an FDRP plan, but we are taking into account a lot of other things. And one of them is the existing stone walls. So if you look at this stone wall that runs here, this is the entire length of this stone wall. So by squeezing these lots over here, we are getting closer and closer to that stone wall, which we'd like to keep, as we would this one that comes down along here. So
Mr. Greco?
Yes.
I don't believe, at least I'm not seeing you moving the mouse. Are you trying?
Oh, I am moving it. I don't know why you're not seeing it.
All right, let me try this again. Okay, try that.
You see it now?
Not moving.
I'm moving it.
No, I think you have to accept, control, accept.
Let's see.
Can you see it now?
No.
Well, I can explain to you that, part of our design process in this, and we really tried to be guided by the design process for the FDRP, and in evaluating this property, the stone walls, the cemeteries were all taken into account. So some of these lots, when you see them, you may say they don't need to be this size, but I would really encourage a site visit to see this property. It's the fact that we're not taking the bonus of reduced lot size to increase density, I don't feel should be a penalty for us. Our buffer to the north is at the maximum of 50 feet. It is dense. Even if you look at the Ashley Suites photographs, you'll see the density of that. And we are, willing to do some infill plantings as long as it's healthy infill plantings along there. As far as the distance from the west, at the closest point from the O'Neill property that I believe Mr. Landry is representing, at the closest point, we are 6 times the required buffer. And at the other point, we are 10 times the required buffer. This is a densely forested area. We've walked that with our attorney and with the landscape architect, and no one can even see a house in there. I think possibly what happened there, and maybe the reason that this is, the neighbors are concerned, is that when we were surveying the property and the biologist was there identifying wetlands, we walked the entire western wall. So they saw activity, in their backyard, and I think they were concerned, rightfully so. None of them have gone to this property to see where lots, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are. I think if they saw it, and we tried to invite all the neighbors, the only neighbor that has taken an invitation has been Mr. Paul Richmond across on South Road. But, we welcomed an invitation. I reached out to the Henry Case Way attorney and asked that we have a site visit, which never happened. And as far as Genesee Way, it's just so much distance there at over 400 feet and 320 feet in a densely forested area. It seems to me that is a non-issue. I don't even know what you would plant there and even see when you can't even see the houses from the property. And the undergrowth there is significant also. It's not I don't see this as a hardship for the neighbors. The property to the property to the south, you know, I realize there's a cleared field there, but we are offering where the residence is, we offered to increase that buffer to 60 feet, which is 10 feet beyond the maximum, and or to keep it at 50 and try to do some infill plantings there. If anything, we were encouraged that these house lots would increase by putting house lots in there and doing some clearing, it would actually give some sunlight and increase these buffers. And you would promote more growth, undergrowth because of that. So, you know, I'd like the board to take that into consideration. I realize that Steve would like a more consistent buffer on South Road, but the lot changes and we only have 3 lots that abut that. And I'd also like the board to realize that on the western buffer, I'm sorry, the northern buffer, there is only 1 lot that abuts the actual residence there, and it only abuts 1 resident, and that's Mr. Handrigan's property. There's no other lot that we are proposing that abuts any of the neighbors' properties there. I would be hard pressed to see if from their homes if they would even see this. You know, so it's I don't know what else to say except for a site visit would have been good. And as far as the asking for the relief, we're not asking for bonuses. The only relief that, you know, that concerns us the most is on South Road because of the nature of the project and the stone walls that we hopefully can keep. We asked for a reduction in buffer there, but we're willing to do all the infill plantings. We have hired Mr. Van Dexter to recommend that. I think you have a lot of drawings and in his narrative and his recommendations on South Road. We've moved the LMI and request from Mr. Demasi, and we've converted that area where lot 15 is to a bus waiting area. We have some drawings we've showed you. And now we're actually above 40% on open space. We're at, I think, about 5,500 feet above the required 40%. So, you know, for us to reduce lots, I don't understand why we would when we don't have to, when we're already beyond a 40% open space requirement here. This is, you know, this property is high and dry there. It's 21 acres with only a little over 3 acres of wetlands. The soils are fantastic. We have 30 test holes that have been verified by DEM. They're all buildable lots. I know a number of developers that would go in there with a very aggressive plan and try to put, you know, a much higher density in there. We're trying to show respect to the neighbors. You know, when we read Ashley Sweets and she says that these other neighbors have, you know, are 40 and are 80, you know, we feel that this is a transitional piece, but it is more compatible with what's going on. If we were to put 30 houses in there and take advantage of all the bonuses and design this in a different way, this could be a much denser development. I just hope that the board and the neighbors realize that and recognize that. So I don't know if there's any other questions I can answer. I'll do my best, but we've spent 3 years on this project and we've taken all the advice from TRC. We've moved the road entrance. And that's another thing that affected, to answer Mr. Demasi's question about the difference in the buffer, by moving the road there, it squeezed, you know, lot 3. And that's why we had to reshape that line, and we have to meet the road design specifications with the proper radiuses and tangents. So I hope that answered any question. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Greco. Any comments from board members, additional comments?
Yeah, John, Pam Rubinoff here. So I thank you, Mr. Greco, for explaining those. And I too appreciate that a lot of the changes have been made with the LMI and with the road and buffers trying to accommodate. What I heard Steve Damasi say, and I agree, and we've had some of those challenges where the differences between buffers from one property to the next,
Yeah.
it makes it a little difficult for people for neighbors to manage some of those things. And so, right, you see somebody's grass and it's like, oh, I want my grass there too, and I want everything the same as that in some instances. So do you have, understanding, as you've said, the topography is changing and such, do you have any other options to help manage that buffer? Are you planning to put monuments? Are you planning to?
We are planning monuments.
Okay.
Yeah. Monuments are required just for
Right.
the space for the FDRP. We would present and open to suggestion for what would be required for monuments, but that's something we had always planned on doing. That discussion happened a long time ago.
And I guess from our staff perspective, I'm also hearing the staff say, I saw in the comments that they also were recommending that we have a buffer that was consistent along the edge. And I don't know if that's because of the TRC or if that's because of, if that came from the staff or that came from the planning board. So I would love to hear from our staff on how you've seen other properties be able to manage this, where you have 60 feet, and then 80 feet, which again, I think that
that was a mistake. It was 60, 70, and 80, actually.
So we have 60, 70, and 80. So Jay, Rich, any thoughts on that?
Pam, this is Jay. That comment, I believe, came from me, and the direction of it was that staff would prefer, in a perfect scenario, that the open space line up with, in the buffering, line up with the property boundaries.
Yeah.
So look here at lot 10, there's a 10-foot overlap, I believe. And then again here on lot 1, this scenario is going to require that not only will an easement be required on the open space area benefiting the town, but these other lots will also have to provide an easement. And it complicates the enforcement, I think.
Right.
Can I add a couple things?
Here, wait. Oh, good.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Rich.
Yeah, let me add just a couple things. And I've got 2 examples for you. Michaela Court is one down off of Route 2. We've got a series of it's monumented and everything. It's got the 4x4 posts everywhere, but it is an endless battle trying to keep the homeowners from clearing those properties within those monument areas. It is a lot easier to enforce it if it follows a property line. And East Matunic Farms is another one. And what's happened in East Matunic Farms is that they've actually cleared in those open space areas, but we're just leaving it to the homeowners association to manage it at this point, because we can't keep going in and telling them to stop mowing into the open space areas. And particularly when it happens during construction, because once it's cleared in construction, it's very, very difficult on the enforcement. Exactly like Jay said, it's very difficult on the enforcement.
Thank you, Rich.
And I want to add one other thing. And I mentioned it at technical review as well, that you haven't shown what I don't think you've shown adequate drainage for attenuation of peak flow. Once you clear a forested area, you've got to attenuate for peak flow. And if those ponds, and they're going to be detention ponds, if they happen in the open space, and Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, can you count those pond areas as open space, or are they excluded from the open space calculation?
There is a provision in the subdivision regulations that allows drainage facilities to be incorporated in the open space, but I believe the planning board has to approve that at master plan, but I got to go back and verify that specific component.
And one other thing while I'm chatting, the 40-foot right of way that's being proposed, is that another waiver that I'm not seeing in some of the information, that I've been given here? Is it actually another waiver, or did we ever decide what it was? I know the right-
This is Amy. I think we decided last time that it wouldn't be considered a waiver because the standard for private streets was different and wasn't quite so focused on numbers. There was more of a more holistic standard that the planning board is intended to apply.
And then why is road width counted as a waiver? Because again, it's larger. It's a larger, I think, yeah. And why is the road width counted but not the right of way?
We're referring to the right of way.
Was it for the width of the pavement, Rich?
Well, that, right, but why is pavement width if we're not, unfortunately, I don't have the
which is standard for an FDRP road.
The private road. I mean, they're requesting a waiver for pavement width, but not for right of way. And I'm asking why not both? If private road is, if we're not even look at the private road standard, then I'm just not clear on why one, not the other.
I think during our last discussion, Rich, we had agreed that it would be the private road category or standard that they would be applying for. And I think perhaps when they submitted their application and the request for waiver, they were under the impression that it was a different category than the private road category, because the ordinance, the subdivision regulations weren't explicitly clear. And when we went back and looked at the provisions of the regulations, it appears to allow for the planning board to allow private roads in that regard. And in fact, some cases encourage them, provided they're designed appropriately. So it could be a bit of a technicality on how the applications, where we've gotten to.
Yeah, I think what we discussed at, and Amy was part of this discussion at TRC, was that because it was a private road,
correct,
all the planning board had to do was to decide that it was adequate to serve the development as proposed, correct?
Thank you, Brian. And you took the words out of my mouth, so thank you. Yes, right. The pertinent regulation, the pertinent provision of the subdivision regulations requires streets to conform to the standards listed in the table where they are intended to be public streets, but where they are intended to be private streets, they simply need to be adequate for the intended use and vehicular traffic. So it does not need to be considered a waiver.
Right. So in this case, if the board deems the road as proposed adequate to handle the traffic generated by 15 lots in this subdivision, then that would meet the requirements of the subdivision regulations.
But they're asking for a waiver. But it's listing the width as a waiver is what I'm asking.
I think that was a mistake, Rich. I think they thought they needed the waiver at the time they submitted this.
All right. That's why I'm asking. It's like it's one but not the other, but it's still here. So
yeah, I think Rich, initially we proposed an 18-foot paved road with a 35-foot right of way. And then I think it was John. Well, John had mentioned he thought the road should be wider, so we increased the paved area. And then I believe that Rich, recommended that we bring it up from the 35 to the 40. So it's a possibility that, we were under the misconception that we needed a waiver for that on a private road. But what we were trying to do basically is to accommodate the feedback from TRC and Public Works. And so we've increased that to the 40 feet. I just want to say in regards to the drainage, we have run this past our engineers, and in this plan, we have about 5,500 feet more open space than at the 40% is required. If, you know, if we can get past this space, sure, we will reduce lots if need be to create more drainage areas. You know, and this is why we really don't want to paint ourselves in a corner, because we're not at the end of this yet, but we will accommodate that. Of course, we have to meet the requirements for drainage. We understand that, and our engineers are confident that we can do that either by reducing lot size at that point. You know, we're reluctant to pay for full engineering on this. We've moved this road 3 times, you know, so to pay for engineering for road runoff on something that's not accepted yet would be, you know, kind of a waste of money. And eventually that trickles down to the consumer with everything.
Well, no, but the problem is you get to preliminary plan review and it's a different plan. I just don't want to represent at this point that you're not clearing open space areas in order to put in a pond. And I just want to point that out, that if Jay's telling me that, I don't know, if you're telling me that the planning board now has to say that it's okay to use open space area, is that something that's?
There is a provision in the FDRP that says that the planning board has the authority to do.
All right, but let me, so if we represent that the open space is as it's shown here, then that's fine. But if you haven't engineered it and you're saying it hasn't been engineered, you know, I just want to be clear that at preliminary plan review, you know, I just would hate to see you come in with a plan that's a lot different than this. That's all.
Yeah, and so would we, Rich, because we believe this is an excellent plan that takes everyone into consideration. So we are
including the drainage.
Including the drainage. We did go through this with Craig Carrigan, and his calculations tell us that we do have enough area to meet that requirement. I mean, I don't know what else to say, except for, you know, we did, this is not something that we just drew up. The engineers are aware of what's going on here.
So this is Jay. I just put up on the screen the subdivision regs.
Okay.
And it states that the minimum required area shall be in addition, this is for drainage. I'm sorry, open space.
Yeah.
This minimum required area shall be in addition to any open space used for stormwater drainage facilities, provided, however, that the planning board may allow stormwater drainage facilities to count toward the minimum required open space area if it finds that the drainage areas are designed as a fully integrated part of an overall open space landscape plan, which incorporates trails, parks, landscape, site features, etc. The board may prohibit drainage facilities from being located in required open space areas if it finds that such facilities are in conflict with the intent and purpose of the FDRP as stated in section 1 of this article.
Right, and you know, just getting back to if you're saying, well, you know, triple the distance to the abutting property, you know, it may be that, and whether the drainage areas are allowed. I mean, in different communities, it's done differently. Sometimes open space allows for drainage areas in some plans, in some towns. But if we're saying that you're not touching any of those open space areas between you and these abutting properties, you know, that just may not be the case. And I just don't want to see a plan come in at preliminary that, you know, then we're kind of all left standing saying, well, this isn't what we all talked about.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Rich, that you don't want us to misrepresent that. But I would also like them to consider that the distances that we do have on the western portion. Obviously, there's not going to be any drainage going to the north because it's the highest part of the land. The actual low points that we would probably use, and one thing we didn't mention is we've also included some access paths that Mr. Riondo had recommended during TRC, which reduced lot size, but it gave access to the community, within the community, to get to the paths and the gardens. And so one thing that we did do with that is consider that also as possibility to use to bring drainage down if we needed to. That's why the path that we see there was widened to 15 feet from 10 feet that you're pointing to right now. And that would go to a lower area where the gardens are, where drainage may even help the gardens in a way. You know, it may not be a bad place if we could do some qualified permeable areas there possibly, or do something to accommodate any excess in drainage there.
The qualified permeable areas are for the use, they're used for water quality purposes,
Yeah,
not for attenuation of peak flow.
Yeah.
And volume.
So,
and what I'm worried about is that cul-de-sac is nearly at the same elevation as where you're talking about that pathway easement coming out.
Yeah.
And it's going to be difficult to get water from that cul-de-sac all the way over there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hundreds of feet, and even at a half %, which is too shallow, you're going to have trouble. So I just worry that towards the end of that cul-de-sac, you got to put something down that hill.
Do they now for road drainage like that? Do you allow underground structures if you had a basin with an oil water separator?
Well, you know, oil water separators aren't generally used as much anymore. I mean, you can use isolator rows or things like that for underground storage. If you propose underground infiltration, I mean, those things are, it's all private. You know, it's all private. So maintenance for that is private. This is a private road you're proposing.
Yes.
So if you want to do that as a private development, that's fine.
Yeah.
There's a tremendous maintenance responsibility with that, though.
I've done that. I've done it before with 24-inch ADS pipe and created a manifold for drainage on.
Yeah, well, those are all subject to DEM review and approval. That would require a UIC from DEM.
Yeah.
As you know, so it's a different permitting process, but
I understand, but I'm
saying that it's perfectly fine. I'm not concerned, but again, is that going under your road? It's just you still have some utilities in that road as well.
Would you agree that within this design that we would have to meet the requirements for the road drainage, and that would be something that we could work together on?
I don't think you have to, I think it's DEM's approval, but I have suggested, and I'm not, I just don't want to suggest at this point that open space is staying exactly as it's shown on this plan. That's all. I just want to convey that I'm concerned that some of those open space areas are going to have to be used for drainage ultimately. I could be completely wrong, but I've pointed out, I think for a couple of meetings now, that this may become an issue down the line.
Yeah.
Well, I think that should be so noted then in our conditions of approval, that if you have those concerns, that we mention them now, so that if we are caught at preliminary, that the planning board, can say that we made those concerns up front, and that the onus will be on the developer at preliminary if he says he can't do it.
And
actually,
and also that areas of open space from which existing vegetation will be removed or altered, and areas that have been will be disturbed or graded be made very clear and delineated early on.
Amy or Jay, can I get a clarification in one, speaking of this very thing, in the report that was prepared by Ashley Sweet on page 14, she states that that we have a requirement after careful consideration of application materials, the Town of South Kingstown zoning ordinance, subdivision regs, and comprehensive plan, we offer the following concerns and recommendations. That Article 5, Section 13 requires, at the time of conceptual master plan review by the planning board, the applicant shall submit a separate open space use plan. And it contains several different things. I guess two questions. One, is this true? And two, am I not mistaken, but I don't see one. I know we're talking about all of this. So can I get some clarification from Jay and Amy on that?
Sure, I was just looking for it. I believe this is the section she's referring to, that at the time of conceptual master plan review, the planning board.
There you go. Yes, it looks, it has the same things, Jay. Thank you.
They've incorporated a majority of this on their plans submitted. But I'll defer to Mr. Greco if any of the numerous documents that were submitted were included in open space management plan specifically.
The yield plan on the set.
This is Michael O'Brien, an applicant member. We did submit an open space use plan that clearly defined the areas both 1, 2, and 3. And we further enhanced that plan with the access paths that have been most recently added at, I believe, lot 8 and 9 and 5 and 6.
In drawings.
The open space plan talks about, one's a picnic area, one is a nature viewing area, which is a low impact. That abuts Genesee Way. It's so dense in there, so it's sort of like, because of the wetlands, you've got a really nice place to go bird watching or whatever, but it's sort of quiet open space. And that's why we've got a sort of a narrow path that takes you to the spot near the wetland. The other area was the picnic area, which is just around and about the abandoned cemetery, the Potter Cemetery. And the primary open space area is the community gardens. And we laid out plots and we plan on putting in a garden shed.
Okay, so that's this report, I think, that Michael is saying. Oh, you can't see it. The North Woods that was submitted in January. I think that part of the challenge is that we keep on adding more things, and it would be useful at some point to maybe use that as our reference and say that we're changing things. So I think that it's been a little confusing to see it all together, because obviously the applicant is trying to make changes to each one of these things. And
that open space also was from January, so the road has changed, and the lot, one of the lots has been moved within the subdivision. So
correct, Steve.
And a lot of changes of that within that open space with the increased buffer as well.
With the changes in the road, Steve, we did recalculate the open space.
No, I'm saying on that map that you submitted in January wouldn't reflect what Pam was asking about.
Pam, this is Amy. Right. Ashley Sweet quoted that provision correctly. There's a provision immediately following that requires a more detailed open space use plan at preliminary review. But I'd say if anything in the open space use plan changed as a result of the revisions to the plan, that can be required as a condition of approval, if you think that's appropriate.
Great, thanks, Amy.
Thank
you. The only significant change that I see is that we created a bus stop area that was recommended to us where the LMI was. That was a 10,000 foot area there that we have now converted to open space and a bus waiting area because it was a recommendation, and also access paths the TRC meeting brought up would be a nice addition to this plan, and we included those to close the loop of the access. And those are the only changes which reflects on the plan that right there that you're looking at.
I have a couple of additional comments.
We also put drawings in.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Obviously, this is a very complex site with varying issues, and I think that any approval needs to reflect that. I am concerned that if we allow drainage within the open space, we need to have a very valid rationale for doing so, so that we're not setting any kind of precedent that could be problematic in the future. Also, if board members who were around for the development on Highland Ave may recall that on that particular site, it was determined that the buffer should be consistent in width, as Steve said, for simplification so that people will understand where the buffer is and where the limitations are. So whatever that the board determines that buffer to be, particularly along South Road, I feel that it should be consistent. And I just want to reiterate that there's a difference between understory planting and supplemental planting that would widen a buffer, such as when we're talking about the northern area. There are some areas which Mr. Van Dexter alluded to that would not be well served by attempting to add understory plantings. That doesn't mean, however, that additional plantings cannot be added to the interior of, say, that 50 or 60 foot wide buffer, particularly as you head west.
So let me suggest this, because I feel that this discussion will continue, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think clearly we have opinions from members of the board on issues such as buffers. The last issue has been the drainage, and whether that should stay within the right of way or can it be in the open space. You know, the applicant, as we've heard, has rectified the LMI unit with lot 2. The walking path is now accessible at 3 points, so it really is a circular path with the road, which I think, and the open space, which is a good mix. So, and Susan, to be with abundance of caution, I'm not going to ask you to participate in this straw poll, but I just want to get a sense of how strongly we feel on the buffers versus what is currently proposed. That Mr. Greco has outlined. He took from lot 1, which went from 50 to 60, lot 2, 50 to 70, and lot 3 went from 50 to 80. So I just want to get a sense on the buffer.
Exactly,
So I'm just going to go around. Hang on there. So I want to ask I want to ask each and every member how they feel about the proposed buffer parallel to South Road versus, you know, going the full, you know, what is required at 100 with a 100-foot buffer, the extent through the 3 lots. So let me start off with you, Pam, if you don't mind.
Excuse me. I really appreciate that it seemed, I guess I don't have as much a problem with that it's not 100 feet. I wish that it was the same consistency along the edge as well as the proper and consistent with the property lines.
Okay. Maria.
I think that we need to try to, particularly along South Road, preserve as much as we can of the buffer. And I think we need to be very careful about the northern buffer, the way that it's delineated and the way that it's protected. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but.
Close enough. Joe.
Here we are. Well, I just want to start off by saying I think overall the applicant has worked extremely hard to meet the our interests and comments that the board has, and so I think that the applicant has worked really hard on this, and I'm kind of leaning towards giving leeway because of how hard and he has worked. With that said, South Road, and I forgot which document I read, it might be the comprehensive plan, is one of only a couple streets in the town that is actually noted for having scenic value. So I am concerned about that. With that said, if it was had monuments, and maybe we even have to, you know, elaborate a little on what those monuments are, I would be I'd be satisfied with what the applicant has presented.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Steve?
Yeah, I'd like to maintain the 80 feet. I mean, we have worked with the applicant. It calls for 100 feet along South Road. So we have reduced it 20 feet to 80 feet. And again, as Jay said, we need to be consistent, have a consistent line along the property lines to ensure that buffer is not impeded into by the homeowners when they take over the property. And having step backs on two of the lots just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, all right. And again, Susan, I'm just going to defer I'm just going to, ask that you not participate in this one, just from an abundance of caution, as you have not been sworn in yet, okay?
Yes.
So I think we're walking a fine line here with the concern with buffers, the consistency of a standard, whether it's 80, 70, or 60. There seems to be, that concern with, those numbers, 60, 70, 80. There was a comment made earlier that, the neighbor peering over the lot and saying, gee, I have to maintain 10 more feet and you don't, why not? And I'm going to go, so I match yours. I get that. And there's been a lot of discussion about the FDRP. And again, I personally, I have no objection to what is proposed right now as the 80 foot, the 70 foot, and the 60. I think there may be an opportunity, though, to look at lots. And Jay, can you blow it up a little bit here so I can just expand you? Thank you. So I'm looking at lot 13, 14, 15, and 12 in particular, that there may be an opportunity to shrink those. Right, those four. And that in itself is the beauty of the FDRP, that they could be shrunk slightly more. And maybe that will bring the buffer to 80 entirely. And I just want to get a feel for, number one, from the applicant, and then also from the board. But before I ask the applicant to opine on that particular question, let me ask the board if there was a consistent buffer number, the number, and I'm just tossing out 80 because that is lot number 3 currently right now is being proposed, which is right next to the cemetery, and the road moves slightly west, and those 4 lots get shrunk to accommodate, the not only those lots shrink, but lots 1, 2, 3 could also expand slightly. It does put a little bit of pressure on lot 4, but then maybe, lot 4. So I'm just trying to get a sense of people's opinion on that one.
Yeah, the stone wall.
This is Maria. That's exactly what I was hoping for, to shrink slightly some of the lots so that we could have consistency. I'm fine with the 80 feet along South Road. And again, the management and the monumentation delineation is going to be very important here.
Could I make one comment?
Sure, but hang on one second, Mr. Greco, hang on. So Maria, thank you on that. Any others wish to comment? Any of board members?
I would agree with Maria's feelings. Again, the last thing you do in a flexible design is worry about lot size. It's all about preserving the property and the view sheds and the value of it. So.
Okay, hang on, Mr. Greco. I know you're anxious and I hear that, but any other comment from board members relative to that discussion?
I would totally agree with what's been said. I think that just the challenge, I appreciate the challenge of the topography and where the stone walls are. So that's, I think that but I totally agree that if we could get it to 80 and have some more flexibility, I'd be fine here.
Okay. Joe?
I on the face, I don't have any problem with going to 80. I think it would be better, but I think Mr. Greco wants to weigh in. So I'd like to understand what the negative of that is before I make a comment one way or the other.
Okay, Mr. Greco?
I appreciate you're trying to remedy this, but I'd like to interject one thing. The reason that western property line on lots 1 and 2 is held where it is because there's a stone wall, an existing stone wall that runs the entire length to the north that we're trying to keep. So if you see that 35-foot common drive that accesses lot 12 and lot 1, that abuts that stone wall. So for us to move these lots over, then we would move that stone wall. And if we were to bring this to 80 feet on lot 3, the area, if we were to maintain all of the zoning setbacks, the area where right now we have 85 feet meeting all the setbacks. If we were to bring that another 20 feet over, we would have an area of 65 feet to locate a home and a septic system. So I would say if we're after consistency, could we bring this to 70 feet, which would be a happy medium, and at least we would have 75 feet to locate a house and a septic system on lot 3 doing that, and we wouldn't have to do a cut and fill on lot 4 because there's also a stone wall there. So
And a higher elevation.
and a much higher elevation. So we're trying to keep as many of these stone walls in place and do this. So do you think we could get an agreement at 70 feet? We will compensate with Mr. Van Dexter's recommendations for plantings, monumentation, and keep it as a consistent 70 feet. There's only 3 lots we're proposing on all of South Road. We've eliminated the 4th. If we could keep that at 70 feet, I think at least we'd have 75 feet to locate a house and a septic system on lot 3. And, you know, we'd like to have some distance from the road that we're proposing for these homes too.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, Mr. Greco. Thank you very much. That you're echoing the comments made by Pam about the protection of the stone wall. And I think Maria made the same comment earlier on.
Yeah.
And I share the same value in trying to protect those stone walls as well. I think we all do. So personally, this is just the chair speaking. I don't have a problem. I could accept the 70 as the new number across, you know, those 3 lots. And again, so Joe, you held back until you heard Mr. Greco. So what do you think on the 70 proposal?
I am fine with the, I'm fine with the 70 feet.
Okay. Maria?
I think as long as there's preservation of the stone walls, and again, really good delineation of those buffers and measures taken to prevent any kind of intrusion into any of those buffers.
Okay. And Pam, again?
I think that I could go for the 70, and I think that we'd need, in addition to that, what Maria said was, you know, really make sure that this is a maintained, healthy buffer, you know, and that of course goes without saying, but I think that we really need to make sure if we're narrowing it, that it really needs to be a well buffered buffer.
Yeah, and Pam, we could put that as a condition of approval.
Yeah.
And I think there's overall sentiment in doing that. So I think that's an easy one. Steve?
Yeah, well, I'll go along with the rest of the board's feelings on that. My only concern would be we're going to be right up against that cemetery.
Yeah.
So, you know, have to be aware of any excavation or digging around the edges of that cemetery.
Absolutely.
And just to be
We're
clear,
well aware of that, Steve.
what I know, but we're concerned about when homeowners go in there.
Yeah.
So what did the northern border end up being? Is that still step back, or is that a consistent 60?
We could make that a consistent 50 feet
As required.
as
or-
required as a maximum, and then we could do infill plantings on lot 10 where it abuts the Handrigan residence.
Well, part of it right now we're showing 60. So that's why I'm
We show 60 on the larches there because the larches almost look like they were intentionally planted.
Yes.
If you go there, there's just rows, straight rows of those. And when you take a measurement out from the north wall, I think we came up with like 54 feet or something like that to the end of that row of larches. So we thought, let's make this 60, but what we could do on that particular lot, we could maintain 50 for the rest of it. And on that particular one, we can mark on the trees or with monuments. You know, we did that actually from a suggestion from you, Steve, because when you said you were driving up South Road, you wanted to ensure some type of privacy there. So we said, let's keep this standing larch here. Those trees live for 250 years, and there's multiple uniform rows that going down that whole property.
Planted by the WPA.
It was probably the WPA planted them or something, I don't know. And so we said, let's bring it from the 50 to 60. So it would be an easy lot to monument because it's a straight line of trees there, you know, multiple rows of trees in a straight line. So if we could bring the other buffer to a continuous 50 feet that's separated from a stone wall that runs to the north, and we can monument that, and the rest of it would be 50 feet. And then where lot 10 abuts the Handrigan residence, we will add infill planting.
Okay.
And we've been assured by our landscape architect that actually when the lots are developed, more southern exposure sunlight will come in and the undergrowth will then thrive. And he's identified numerous plants that will work as an undergrowth buffer there that have grown there naturally. So, you know, this is not a piece of property where we're going to, you know, stick a bunch of abrevieties and say it's done. We like the character of this property. We wanted to keep it. You know, we are sacrificing what we wanted was a hiking trail to go around there, because if anyone had gone to the property, it's a beautiful place for a hiking trail. But we are sacrificing that in respect to you know the northern property line. But
Mr. Greco, I just wanted to add one quick thing. You had mentioned this earlier as well. I think a certain degree of care needs to be taken into consideration when you're talking about allowing more sunlight in, because although it may help native understory plants, it may also create conditions for invasives to grow. So I think that's something you need to really think about.
Well, you know, we had in our first narrative, we had addressed invasives because our landscape architect had recommended that we do allow for clearing invasives, and we actually met opposition on that. They said and the neighbors said they didn't want anything cut.
Pam, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I just want to push back a little perhaps. And right now, I thought that we had 60, 50, 50, 60. And I just want to ask the question of why we can't have the 60 along the entire north edge, especially when you have lot 11 at, you know, almost 26,000 feet and square feet, and lot 12 at 30 something.
If we could reach an agreement tonight and move forward with the 70 on South Road and the 60, I don't know if the attorneys for Henry Case Way would like to weigh in on that, but if we could reach an agreement tonight on that, then I would say, okay, let's go with the 60 right across.
Okay.
I just
Am I allowed to make a comment?
Sounds good.
Yeah, Susan, go ahead.
Hi. So I realize I can't participate in voting tonight, but can I make a comment then about the northern boundary here?
Yeah.
So I live on South Road and I drive this stretch of roadway every day. And when you're passing this property on South Road, you can barely see the back of the cemetery from South Road. It's sort of a rise there, and there's a nice stone wall and it's vegetated. But the meadow to the north of this property is the most lovely meadow in South County. And there are llamas and there are donkeys, and it is the most beautiful, the sunsets over that meadow. But when you're coming down South Road from, say, the URI direction, where the road takes a bend there, you get a full vista of that meadow as you come down South Road. And that wall of trees along the northern edge of this property is going to be a very different site if it's all houses and lots built too close to that row of trees. And especially if I look at lot 11, which is relatively small, where you would place a house on that lot may be fairly close to that buffer edge, because especially since that view of that meadow through that buffer will be lovely for all of those houses along that northern edge. But this is personal for me, but coming down South Road, I would prefer not to see a row of houses through the tree line where the donkeys and the llamas are running in the meadow.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
So here's what I'm going to suggest at this point. I know we have public members who would like to speak. And so I think right now there seems to be a consensus on the 70-foot parallel to South Road. And I would agree with those commenters most recently about the full 60 across the northern. So Jay, why don't we take the people with their hands up and get their input, please?
Sure. First person, 572.
Oh, hey, how we doing? Can you
state
guys
your name,
hear me?
sir? Yes, could you state your name, sir?
Oh, hi, how you doing? This is Paul Galusha Richmond, the last farmer on the Galusha Congdon Farm, which was established in 1891. And I've been growing vegetables and stuff on that land for about 65 years. And I spent 7 years in the Navy and the EOD technician, 6 years at URI as a civil engineer and anthropology double major. And I've many years working with my father, a professional engineer, surveying, perk testing, and doing leach fields in southern Rhode Island. So that's my credentials. I know Pam wanted them. Thank you, Pam, for reminding me. I had a few things I wanted to just kind of talk about and clarify. Now they said that Mr. Richmond has checked out the sight lines of looking across South Road, and I'd like to say that my master bedroom on South Road is only 60 feet from the property lines on the other side of South Road, so I am quite interested in the amount of buffer, and I'm glad you decided on the 70-foot buffer on lot 2. Pam also didn't realize that the parking lot behind Curtis Corner Church is actually my parking lot. And from my Curtis Corner residence, I can look from my living room window or my bedroom window on the west side of the house, right across the parking lot, and watch the cars go up and down South Road. So again, I'm quite pleased with the amount of buffer that is going to be placed over there. Now, for the larches, I can tell you, yes, they were planted there because they're on my side of the road also. Let me see. Now on I had a concern on the cemetery myself. And I was wondering if it would be possible, maybe if the developer voluntarily repaired the cemetery as a goodwill gesture, just a suggestion. And I had a call from Mr. Handrigan today about 5:30, and he was quite upset about this northern line. And quite uninformed as to what's going on there. He thinks it's still a walking path. So I tried to explain to him that the walking path was kaput and now no longer viable. And he just had no conception of what was going on. He just didn't want the development because he didn't like Mike O'Brien.
Oh, he doesn't.
Sorry, Mike, but I don't know why, Mike, but he don't like you. And as for myself, I hope that this development does go through. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I say, I'm the last farmer on the great grandpa's farm here, and I'm not happy to see the farmland go away. But I can see the reality of the situation, and I dread the alternative. I would rather have a good, conscientious developer like Mike and Earl working on this site than to have someone like the developer down behind the police station, which is jamming houses in there on top of each other. And I talked to Jay earlier today, and he says that that's a 30-acre lot also, and that the developer wants 24 house lots down there, and 8 of them are going to be duplexes. And I can't figure out how he's going to have them in that swamp down there.
Mr. Richmond,
So,
thank
yes.
you. But can you just stay to the application, this particular application?
Well, I was getting to that because of the swampland or the wetland on this application. Evidently, Mr. O'Neill is a problem with the wetlands over here. Now, if a developer gets a hold of this property, they're going to go R30, and this whole thing is going to be houses, and there won't be any open space, there won't be any garden, there won't be any bus stop, there won't be any vegetative buffer. It'll just be houses, and I would hate to see that. So I hope that you will really consider what Mike and Earl are doing here, and work with them. I'm glad to see that you worked with them on the buffer zone this tonight, and I'm completely happy with the 70 feet, and I'm quite happy that lot 15 went away, because I was looking at that across the parking lot, as I said. Let's see, I think. I don't know who said they didn't want anything cut over there, but I told Mike I want to get rid of all the bittersweet and Rosa Bagosa that's over there, because that stuff is highly invasive. So I just checked my list. I think that was about all I had on this, and I want to thank you again for working with Mike and Earl and giving them a chance, because, like I say, if we get another developer in there, we're going to have the devil to pay. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to our next meeting and see what we can do. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Richmond. Appreciate your comments. Jay?
Sure. Next person with their hand raised is Mr. William Landry. Mr. Landry, you're muted.
Sorry. Yes, William Landry. As the board knows, I represent a number of homeowners along the northwest side of the property along Genesee Way, adjacent to the wetland area at the west side of the property. And they have a couple of interests that I'll recite briefly, but the overarching one is the buffering. I've heard it said that there's a lot of forest on this property. There's a lot of forest everywhere on the property, and we see great care and attention given to supplemental plantings to conceal the development along the road frontage, even though that's forested area as well. We really would like to see supplemental vegetation along the west side. I think the applicant underappreciates the risk of that area being defoliated to the point where this area could easily be seen. In the wetland area and adjacent to it, there are a lot of very small diameter trees for 2/3 of the year. One is capable of looking through that area. And two significant things have been mentioned tonight. It's a very different site when those lots, 7, 8, and 9 are cleared than it is right now. One could be standing in the middle or in front of lot 8 at the street frontage and think that they're, peering toward the lots on Genesee, and especially this time of year when everything is thick, thinking that that's a very dense buffer. But once that lot is cleared, it's a very different situation. And we now understand that whatever open space is being shown on this plan could be subject to change as a result of trying to make the stormwater work. We've heard an awful lot of references to how difficult the grades are to situate houses on these lots. And that only means that it's difficult to manage the drainage, all of which pitches toward my client's properties down in the wetland area. And that's the area that would have to receive excess drainage to be controlled on this site. And that poses a great risk to whatever forestry there is there right now. So our greatest interest, and we realize that this is master plan concept stage, but we would very strongly urge that a condition be included here that this issue of buffering along the west side and northwest side be evaluated at the preliminary plan stage with a specific landscape plan. I think Mr. Greco probably mistakenly cited that nobody's taken up his invitation to meet him on the site. We were given that invitation today by Mr. Callahan, and I accepted it, and we're making plans to go out there and talk about what can be done that is reasonable there to supplement existing plantings. But the finality of that really depends on other planning considerations for this site, like where the drainage is going to go and how large these lots really are and how far away from our properties they'll be positioned. The next thing is all about water impacts. There is an area subject to seasonal flooding between the O'Neill property and the Nysted property. My clients are Kevin and Chantel O'Neill, and Chap Nysted and Paul Guido. And then also the Ewings now own the lot that's shown as the Schmaltzer lot. They're also part of the group that shares the concerns with the O'Neills and the Nysteds. And the issue of water and drainage, we do obviously understand that stormwater management program has to be undertaken between the master plan stage and the preliminary plan stage. But we're hoping and expecting that there'll be a similar review by the town once those DEM results are available, and that the preliminary plan consider groundwater and surface water impacts. There are also very deep wells on these lots, and we're concerned about the ability of the aquifer to support wells, if in fact wells are what are proposed for these lots. We've heard a lot about the sewer waiver, but we haven't, unless I've missed it, we haven't heard much about whether public water will be extended. I believe there are some hydrants in the area of the church at South Road and Curtis Corner Road, whether a public water connection is planned, which is our sincere preference, or whether there will be wells. And if there are wells, we want to make sure that aquifer impacts are considered between now and when the preliminary plan is finalized for review and for public hearing. We had been concerned about the walking path and the prospect that might introduce walkers to the vicinity of these properties. We now understand that may not be part of the picture, but to the extent that walking paths are reintroduced here, we would not like to see them continue all the way to the property lines of these owners on Genesee, or bring people down into that area. So those are the major concerns from my client. The most important of which is that these issues are not finalized at this time, but that the matter of landscaping and buffering and the adequacy of the proposed plan in relation to abutting properties is revisited when the actual plan is submitted for preliminary.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Landry. Jay?
Yep, next person with a hand raised is Mr. Patrick Doherty.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, members of the board. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, as well. I share Mr. Landry's concerns about the adequacy of the buffering and the landscaping. And I also have a number of comments to make with respect to some of the things that I've heard about here this evening. The developers, while they say they're not asking for excusal from the requirements of the flex design, with the exception of the waivers and whatnot, that doesn't hold true when you look at the buffers that they're proposing for my client's property, or to the north. The Handrigan property goes all the way along the entire length of the north border of this proposed development. It's not just on the northwestern side. It's the entire way, all the way out to South Road. In accordance with the Article 4A13 of, the define, or that requires buffer areas to conform to certain criteria, it says that the vegetation, a permanent buffer along the perimeter of the FDRP shall be established, providing for the preservation of existing trees or other vegetation, or for the planting of new vegetation. And here's the linchpin: in order to provide a visual and audio screen between the FDRP and adjacent land uses. They're saying they'll give you one or the other. It's clear that the 50-foot buffer is insufficient to provide a visual and an audio screen. Ashley Sweet's reports have pictures that do show the understory, albeit in a very blossoming time. And I think it's important to know that there's no excusal of the buffering requirements to provide the visual and audio buffer to be done on a seasonal basis. In the wintertime, you see clear through there. It's not a very dense understory, as referenced by Mr. Van Dexter. He talked about how certain things couldn't grow there. And a lot of the references to white pine are concerning to me, although I think I did hear Mr. Van Dexter talk about that having to be supplemented with other things to infill the understory. But white pines are notoriously known for self-pruning as they grow taller. They are not a dense, ground level screening for other than a year or two until they get higher, and then the branches self-prune. It's a commonly known attribute of the white pine. But importantly, I'd like the board to look at the design of this, and one of the things that's very concerning to my clients is the cross-hatching that delineates the open space, which is also referenced above as 50-foot open space buffer, vegetated buffer, open space. And I've heard that, from Mr. Greco, that there are 5,500 feet more of open space than required. That's gone down since the reduction of the buffer up that was proposed for the 80 feet, if the board sees fits to do that. But the definition of buffer is wholly different than the definition of open space. And I'm concerned that the plans are mislabeling what is actually taking place with that. It's defined in the zoning ordinance, which naturally is complementary to the planning, subdivision and planning regulations. Buffer is land which is maintained in either a natural or landscape state and is used to screen and or mitigate the impacts of development on surrounding areas, properties, or rights of way. Open space, on the other hand, is defined as any parcel or area of land or water set aside, dedicated, designated, or reserved for public or private use or enjoyment, or for the use and enjoyment of owners and occupants of land adjoining or neighboring such open space, provided that the area may be improved with only those buildings, structures, streets, and off-street parks and other improvements that are designated to be incidental to the natural openness of the land. Now, if you look at one of the findings that you're required to make, or I'm sorry, if you look again at buffer areas article 4A13, when a buffer may be proposed as an separate open space lot or lots, or as a permanent easement around the perimeter of the FDRP. When proposed as an easement, the area shall not be counted toward the minimum required open space. And furthermore, there's other requirements in there that state that you cannot use in your open space calculations land which is unsuitable for development. And if there's going to be any drainage, that's land should be characterized as unsuitable for development. And to the western portion of the property towards Mr. Landry's, there are the wetlands out there. And if you look adjacent to lot 9, there's a clear delineation of open space, but there's no real border to show where that open space is. Does it go all the way down to the wetlands? If that's the case, then they can't use that in computing the 40% minimum required open space of the FDRP. So I think this plan, it hides a lot through the interchange of the use of buffer and open space. And we really don't have reliable facts and figures in terms of a calculation of where we're at. So I don't think that they've satisfied their burden in proving to you that they've complied with the requirements of the FDRP. Now, one of the things I do want to address, I almost forgot this, I do want to address, Mr. Greco did reach out to me. I provided him Ashley Sweet's report subsequent to the meeting. And I had the extreme difficulty of trying to coordinate about 10 people, including my schedules, amidst graduation ceremonies, birthdays, and exigent litigation emergencies that arose. Mr. Greco reached out to me twice. I responded to him once, and then when I had some times that we could finally put this all together, proposed by the leader of my group, I had found out that Mr. Greco was represented by James Callahan. And so I've been dealing with Mr. Callahan for the last week because I can't reach out to Mr. Greco directly in keeping with the rules of professional conduct governing attorneys and represented parties. So we would like the opportunity to address this now that there have been further plans delineated to show him our concerns. But it's clear from looking at the property from the northern edge, sure, maybe over on South Road at the very point where they have those Norwegian spruce that are densely put in there, there may be an adequate buffer up at that far end of budding North Road, or South Road rather. But it's clear as you go further down the field, those houses are going to be right in the direct view of the property. And one of the biggest things is you're supposed to make findings and allow someone to propose and implement FDRP plan development, so long as they protect the neighboring properties, the neighboring property values, and also that they provide a visual and audio screen between the FDRP and the adjacent land uses. So there's a number of concerns raised by these plans as proposed right now. And I think it's clear by the very testimony of Mr. Van Dexter that something has to be done in there in order to have something that's growable or that would provide that visual screen. Because if something can't grow there, they've got to do something else. They've got to either expand it out to a wider I guess width than 60 feet, or they're going to have to come up with some good plantings. Now, with respect to a couple of other things, it doesn't make sense to have these staggered or different widths of buffer, 50, 60, 50, 60, so on and so forth, because of the same reasons that were raised by some of the members of the board. It's going to be near impossible to regulate that without some sort of strict, I guess, deed restrictions or something along those lines that would prohibit and provide a mechanism of enforcement to ensure that people do not clear their properties out there. And the problem that I see with this whole thing too is that there is in fact an easement for some of these buffers. It would be required. And therefore they're putting that into their calculation of open space, and that's not permissible under the regulations. So if you look at what they've proposed with the lots, lot numbers 1 and 12 were increased in size, whereas some of the others were decreased. And it seems to me that it would make more sense to decrease the size of all of those lots along the front edge and perhaps some along South Road so that you wouldn't have those problems of enforcement. And you would allow for this FDRP to be screened visually from all of the surrounding abutting uses and properties. And I fully espouse what Ms. Axelrod said with respect to that field out there. It is, people stop, they drive by, it's a beautiful vista. It's part of what makes this area of South Kingstown so special. And I think what you're going to see is houses up on a hill overlooking that. And in fact, my clients have seen marketing of, or, you know, proposed marketing of the properties with field views. So how is that going to comport with them providing a visual shield from the abutting uses if they're going to have a field view? That just doesn't, it doesn't make any sense. It's completely inconsistent. So one of the things that I would like to add too is that although the walking path has been eliminated, they're still defining this as a dense forested open space. Well, it's not a dense forest, and it's currently labeled open space and a buffer in different sections. So there's got to be some kind of consistency here and something that makes sense. And they've got to prove that to you in order for you to make your required findings. I believe that that deals with what I have here. We're willing to try and work with the developer, but it seems like they're trying to have their cake and eat it too in giving field view lots and getting reduced buffers and not complying with the requirements of the FDRP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Appreciate it. Jay, I just have one question to you that was raised by Mr. Doherty. He states that the open space was undercalculated per the FDRP. And again, we've heard from Mr. Greco that the open space is over 40%. He meets the requirement. And so I just, yeah, I'm looking, okay, thank you.
Right on the plan.
So we did, this is Jay Parker, we did ask to better delineate the open space areas, particularly in relation to the wetland area, to ensure that the open space included land suitable for development. The calculation shown on the plan is what was received. I did speak with Mr. Fontaine, the surveyor, in regard to these numbers. He said he specifically went through the plan. Numbers are accurate. However, it is obvious it's not very easily discerned as to what is constituting that open space areas, if they do include vegetated buffers or if they're inhibited by any other areas, simply because it's listed in that number format and not delineated on the plan.
Okay, so perhaps this is time to clarify that on the plan. And I think the applicant should take notice of that to clarify the buffer from the open space. And there's, you know, clear understanding and definition of what they represent.
John, can I just make note that this map also needs to be changed because it says 35-foot wide private way. It should be 40.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Good point. Okay. Jay, do we have any other public members wishing to provide comment?
We do. Mr. Handrigan has his hand raised and he is currently muted.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, good evening, everybody. How are you?
Good.
Good. Yes, Tim Handrigan, 80 Henry Case Way. I'm the guy on the other side of the field here. I won't keep you too long, but I heard Mr. Richmond speak. I did speak to him this afternoon. I called to get his take on it. I've never met Mr. Richmond. I bought vegetables off of my stop and visit, but to say that I don't like Mike O'Brien, that's a pretty bold statement. I kind of take offense to it, and I won't carry into that. I didn't say that. All I said was, I'm not comfortable with the plan. I'm unsure of the plan. I'm not happy with the plan. I mean, things have changed quite a bit. You got to look at it from my perspective and my neighbors' perspectives. That there's been a lot of change. I mean, there's been walking paths. I am extremely informed. I know the walking path is no longer there, but I also know originally the entrance was going to be set on the other side of that cemetery between my property and my neighbor's properties in the cemetery. So there's been a lot of changes. Mr. O'Brien, I'm sure you're listening. I have nothing against you. I've never met you, but that being said, I was also told, if this doesn't go through, then you can expect a 30 parcel development be plopped in there. So pick the lesser of two evils, which I don't agree with either. Listen, you guys bought the property. It's your right to build on it. All we're asking for is to maintain the open space. And you can look at the vegetation this time of year, and it's all full. It's all lush. I'm not a plant expert. I listened to the expert about an hour and a half ago. But yeah, there's a ton of bittersweet. There's a ton of trees. There's a ton of poison ivy, poison sumac, all that. But I can also look through there 7 months a year, and I can see the O'Neill home. I can hear the O'Neill kids in their pool. The house next to the O'Neills, Schlangers, I can't remember the last name, but I can look right over and see them on their deck 7 months a year. So all we're asking for is what the zoning requires. I mean, put a good buffer in there. I mean, it's not much more complicated than that for us. And along with what Patrick said, I just, this has changed so many times. And like I said, I'll reiterate, it is their property and they want to build on it, and that's fine. But just follow the rules, use good judgment. And one of the other concerns that some of the board members have stated is, once these lots are sold off a year or two down the road, who's going to stop somebody from cutting down a ton of trees and having access to that field? And I mean, what are you going to tell them to replace it? I mean, who's going to replace 60, 70, 80-foot trees? I mean, it's not going to happen. It's like the Muse train of thought, if you know what I mean. I think you all know what I mean. Do it now, beg forgiveness later, pay a small fine, and it's done. But I mean, some of the details need to be hammered out, and that's just my 2 cents. But I will leave it at that. And thank you all for your time. I know it's a long day, and these are long meetings, and I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Handrigan, thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
Mr. Chairman, I do see Mr. Landry has his hand raised again.
Okay. Jay, is there anybody else before we give it to Mr. Landry?
I do not.
Okay.
Anyone else? If anyone else would like to raise their hand, please hit the button to raise your hand, or you can press *9 on your phone to do so.
Mr. Parker, I apologize. I had raised my hand by mistake. I have nothing to add to what I previously stated.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Doherty has his hand raised again.
I just have one procedural issue. When we had the meeting continue to this evening, it was unfortunate. My hand wasn't seen being raised, and I was shouting at my computer, trying to get a date when Ms. Sweet was available to be there to answer any questions of the board. And also, I would like to have her address the revisions to the plan that have been made since then. So I do have dates when she is available. I know that the meeting minutes reflect that Mr. Greco had stipulated to an extension of time to July 28th, I believe, for decision on this matter. So I would just like to have some input on that date, because I do have the dates that she's not available.
If
Jay,
this,
can
Amy,
you? Yeah, go ahead, Amy.
just quickly, if the board is inclined to schedule something, we can certainly do that scheduling over email.
Jay, in your board packet, I'm looking at page 2 of 11, the decision deadline.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did extend it, and the applicant did agree. So it's reading currently
Yeah,
at July
that's
8th.
not correct, yeah.
Yep. My apologies. I think that might be reflected in the travel page at the back from the minutes from last meeting, but it didn't make it over.
Okay, so this should read July 28th, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
And
Okay, thank you.
And we probably should, Amy, again, we probably should pin that down now on the record, so to avoid having to renotice for advertisement.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, and the reason I asked that question is clearly we have another meeting in late July. We have a work session scheduled for the second week in July. What is the board's pleasure at this point? I think, Mr. Greco, you've heard a lot of comment, both from the board as well as from the public, starting with Mr. Richmond, Mr. Landry, Mr. Doherty, Mr. Hendrigan, and Mr. Doherty again. I think, what we were presenting to you early on as the solution, as a potential solution with the 70-foot setback on for the buffer on South Road, and 60 is still, I think, it's within your purview.
Yes.
To consider. So, and again, so think about that, and to you, Mr. O'Brien, as well. Any other comment from the board at this point?
I'm just thinking that it would be worthwhile, as was discussed in our previous meeting, for us to, however we can manage it, have some kind of a site visit.
Absolutely. We are very much in favor of a site visit.
Okay. So Jay, I think now with the fact that we can have a larger group of 5, masks obviously have to be worn, but we can do that. And so I think it's just a matter of, and if the board is going to be, if it's given to the board entirely, it has to be posted, obviously.
Correct.
So we need to consider that, and probably sooner than later.
And that is something that we can do over email. The agenda for the site visit would be posted within 48 hours as required by the Open Meetings Act.
Okay. Does next week, how does next week, Monday is the 29th, and it's the 4th of July weekend, but is next week look pretty good? And I'm going to look to you, Mr. Greco, first.
Monday, we're flexible. Monday is difficult for me. I know I'm tightly scheduled Monday, but any day other than Monday, I would welcome a site visit. I think a site visit would clear up a lot of this.
So why don't you talk to Jay Parker?
Okay.
Very good.
And work out some dates and times, and we'll communicate via email with Jay.
Yeah, and whatever works for the board for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, we will make it work. Yep. So if you want to reach out to the board, even without me contacting Jay, and arrange that, we'll make ourselves available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to remind the board that, as Amy indicated, we will have to make an agenda for that, which needs 48 hours notice. So if the board could be prompt in their replies to the request for a date that works for everybody, they have about a week to put it together. So just a reminder for everyone.
Okay, thank you.
And regarding, this is Amy, regarding the scheduling of a special meeting to potentially resolve this matter. I know we've come up on this issue in the past, the issue of scheduling and courtesy to objectors and objectors, members of the objectors team of experts. I just want to suggest we should all try to be cooperative. At the end of the day, though, we shouldn't let objectors have, in effect, veto power over an application due to scheduling concerns. But I'm hopeful that even with the large amount of people involved, we can agree upon a date. And my suggestion would be that if it's too cumbersome to do immediately now over Zoom, we could always continue the matter to the next regularly scheduled meeting of the planning board, even if it's a work session, with the knowledge that we would be continuing it to a date in advance to be determined.
Jay, can I also ask if you can reach out to Mr. Richmond and find out if we can park in his parking lot? That became an issue up on Old North Road when we visited a site up there that we parked in a private area and caused quite a turmoil. So.
Yes, it did.
Is, if I can just ask Mr. Greco, is Mr. Richmond's parking area about the only place you can, that
The
would,
church, if it's during the week, the church parking lot, we have a very good relationship with the church and we haven't had any problems parking there. So I can actually reach out to Mr. Richmond and the church and see, and I can let Jay know maybe tomorrow. The other thing I wanted to recommend is that the board members wear like hiking boots and long pants, because there is, a bit of overgrowth there, and ticks also. So I'd recommend tick spray and boots if you were going to walk the property. So just for their own safety.
Okay, fair enough.
Jay, fucking answer. Come on.
Okay, just before we.
Come on.
Before we go, I'm seeing two hands, Jay, and I don't know if that's left over. I'm seeing Mr. Doherty, Mr. Handrigan.
no, their hands are raised. Mr. Doherty, you have been unmuted. You can speak.
I'm unmuted.
You are unmuted.
Okay, great. On behalf of Mr. Handrigan, who's here as well, we extend the invitation to view from his property. And there's plenty of parking on Henry Case Way Road that you could go ahead and go there. You could walk into the property from there. You could see exactly what you're dealing with right adjacent to the stone walls in the llama field. And we'd be happy to do that. And I do have dates for that Ms. Hahn is not available. I could give them to you now, or I could email them to you tomorrow.
Yeah, that's for sure. Thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty.
Excuse me, we just got a call from Paul Richmond. He said you can park in his parking lot.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
But we would like the board to see from the most affected abutter, their perspective, and it's a lot easier. You're not going to need high boots to walk in from there.
You're gonna have to climb a stone
Mr.
wall.
Chairman, we're asking for a site visit here. I think that we should go at the direction of the developers and go from where they are expecting to go in from the property where the street would be, and then progress to Mr. Handrigan's property, if that's okay.
But the most important thing is for the visual buffer from the adjacent uses. This FDRP is supposed to be screened from my client's properties.
Yeah, well, your client isn't the applicant here.
That makes no sense, James. Read the regulations.
Mr. Doherty, gentlemen, I'm going to ask that we continue here. We have Mr. Handrigan with a hand up. Okay, I'm assuming.
Yeah, here I am. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Computer's a little slow. Yeah, I'd welcome you guys to come over and look from this side of it. Patrick has my cell phone number. Later in the day is good for me. I'm busy during the day, but I will make it accommodable, and you can walk down the line with me. And I think it's important that you see it from both sides. from Mr. Greco's point of view. That's fine, but I want you to see it from our point of view too. I think it's only fair that we look at this from both ways. And that's it. I know it's late. I won't keep you guys. Thanks. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Hendrigan. Appreciate it. Okay. It is just shy of 10 o'clock, so why don't we take a 5-minute break?
John, before we close out, can,
Yeah, we need to extend
Continue this,
to the
yes.
next meeting. Okay. So can I get a motion to continue the public hearing?
So moved.
Wait a minute, Steve, go ahead.
Are we requesting the applicant prepare an open space plan for the next meeting? Was that something we wanted?
Well, I know we wanted the differential between the buffer area defined clearly and the open space area defined clearly, and the calculations to reflect that. So yes.
With all the changes since January, we need the open space area designated.
Understand and agreed.
All right. And I'll make a motion to continue to the next.
We have a motion from Steve to continue the public hearing. Do we have a
I'll second that, yes.
Second from Maria.
I would suggest that the date specified be 7/14, which I believe is the regularly scheduled work session meeting, with the understanding that it may be necessary to schedule a meeting sometime between the 14th and the 28th. We could either go forward on the 14th if it works for the applicant, the objector, the objector's experts. We could schedule a special meeting, or we could resume on the 28th, but that would not be ideal since that's a decision deadline.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll continue to the 14th.
July 14th is next meeting.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Doherty has his hand raised.
Hang on. We have a motion from Steve. We have a second from Maria. Any further discussion? We had Amy opine on the date, possibly using the 14th of July. Any further discussion?
My only question, John, is whether we need to continue the public portion of the public hearing. We've heard all the concerns. In the interest of moving along to the next meeting, unless we're going to hear something new, I'm not sure why we would need additional public comment.
Joe, this is Amy. I think I think it would be out of courtesy, at least attempt to provide an opportunity for the objector's expert to testify as to her report, which I know you remember was submitted. I can't remember if it was the day of the last meeting, but there wasn't much time for the board to review it, and they are looking to offer her live testimony.
And then also, and there might be new perspectives.
She's not available on the 14th.
So I would suggest, instead of spending potentially a very long time figuring out everyone's schedule now, we continue it to the 14th, and tomorrow staff can get to work contacting everyone on the board and everyone on both sides, so that on the 14th, we can continue it to a date that will be selected shortly. That's just my suggestion.
No, I appreciate that, Amy, and it's valued counsel. Thank you. Jay, are we good with that? Everybody else?
Staff can work with that.
Okay.
Mr. Doherty still has his hand raised.
All right, we have a vote, which we haven't done yet, but let's hear Mr. Doherty before we do the vote.
I'm sorry, I forgot to put my hand down. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for recognizing me on that.
Okay, thank you. So we have a vote. Again, Steve, Maria second, continue the public hearing. As discussed, we had discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Pam, could you do roll call, please?
Sure. Maria Mack.
Aye.
Steve DeMasi.
Aye.
Joe Murphy.
Aye.
John Riondo.
Aye.
Pam Rubinoff. Aye.
Okay. Great. So before we get to the next item, why don't we take a 5-minute break and we'll come back here at 10:06.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I can read now.
No, make sure you leave and you mute it before we start talking. Okay.
Yeah. Read 11.
just needs like flipping out. I don't want to do this. Oh, please, please go back. Well, first you can really- If you see me all the time, you're a snack. Yes. Well, he was. Oh, he's in bed. He's in bed.
Okay, everybody ready?
Yes.
All right, looks like we're all here. Okay, next agenda item. Under development plan review, public hearing on a development plan advisory to zoning, South County Compassion Center. Is there a representative of the applicant?
Yes.
All right, could you name yourself, please?
My name is Nicholas LaCroix. We also have our representation is James Callahan. We have our president of our company, Nick Mosiri, here with us. Traffic engineer, Todd Brayton. We also have Mr. John Carter representing our landscape design. And also James Calderon, kind of on the sideline, available for any questions on the survey.
Excellent. Okay. Do you want to start, Mr. LaCroix?
Yes, sure. So I don't want to be repetitive because I know you guys heard a similar plan just last meeting. But kind of the history of this here today is that the state has 3 existing compassion centers, as I believe everyone is aware of, in Providence, Warwick, and in Portsmouth. The governor and her constituents found it necessary for there to be better access to medicine for patients. So they are issuing 6 new state licensed facilities. And that's what brings us to South Kingston today. We are a local group, a Rhode Island-based group, with majority ownership being current Rhode Island residents. And our main goal here is to listen to the board here tonight and work with the town every step of the way. We are not ignorant to the fact that this is a new industry and brings concerns on different levels. And we want to be responsive and also listen well and hear it from all sides. Mr. Chairman, the only request I have is that, and maybe I can coordinate this with Jay Parker, is if we do have public comment, I'd be more than happy to give my information. So any given South Kingston resident can reach out to me and maybe we can coordinate that with Jay Parker. So that's my only request here tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. LaCroix. And recognize that this is a public meeting. So information is available to the public. Public has access to documents that the board has.
Sure.
And again, if you're making yourself available, that's admirable, and thank you.
So what we have here is what is currently a Bobby G's, the Bobby G's location at 703 Kingston Road.
Yeah.
We found this to be kind of our dream location from when we started looking at the zone that it was permitted by special use. It is a standalone location, has sufficient parking, and we really we believe this fits our model of what we're trying to do here. if you want, we can begin to address some of the TRC comments, or Mr. Chairman, I don't know how you want to roll this out.
No, I would, I mean, it's up to you, Mr. LaCroix. You're showing currently the landscape plan.
Sure.
But you know, if that's where you want to start, or perhaps we can do it with the TRC comments. I was not present at that one.
Sure.
Just which staff member, and I don't remember which board member may have participated for that one.
I believe Pam was there.
I was there.
Okay, thanks, Pam. So again, Mr. LaCroix, I'll defer to you.
Yeah, sure. So I think we'll start with the landscaping then. Jay, is this the landscaping plan, or is this the storm?
Site plan.
Sorry, this is a proposed site plan.
Okay.
Nick, if you'd like, I can give you control if you want to point to certain things, or you can direct me to do it.
Jay, I might defer to you only because that might be a debacle. Would that be my first time?
Okay, no problem.
And I'm going to save myself on that one.
At 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I'm going to save myself on that one. So Jay, I can work with this one.
Okay.
So I'll start with the stormwater. I'm sure you guys got my memo. It was clear to us early that the water quality, especially in this area of town, was a main concern. So I worked with Jeremy J. Rosa on this project, who is unavailable with us tonight. They were very adamant that, you know, given the state law and the threshold of exterior changes that are made, that we did not have to address stormwater on this property. With that said, I had many conversations with Rich, Jay, and many of the town, and it was a real concern of theirs. So what we tried to do was meet in the middle, and we factored in, we took out about 10 or 11 parking spaces, and we added a bioretention area there to help with the water quality in this area. It's kind of like a gesture to show the town that we're not just saying that, you know, we want to work with the town, that we're actually going to come through on these actions. So even though by state law we weren't permitted to do something like this, this was important to us. It was very important to the town, and I believe the engineers were pleased with this. I specifically worked with Rich on this project. We can, I'll defer to the landscaping if there's no comment on that by Rich or anyone in the town.
Go ahead.
Mr. Carter, if you could please address the landscaping.
I can do that. Members of the board, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It's John Carter. I'm a registered landscape architect, 960 Boston Neck Road, Narragansett. Yeah, I was asked to develop a landscape plan. I think, as you know, that the ordinance was written a while ago, and it was written with an eye towards new development. This is an existing development. It's got landscaping on it. It's got landscaping behind it, on the street side, on both sides of it. It fronts on Kingston Road. The dentist is to the right, Dr. Gilardetti. The Midas muffler is to the left, which is north. So I think that Jay did a nice job in his project summary that he did. There's a couple of waivers that are going to be requested, and those are going to be done. Those are requested, and he outlined them. Basically, and it's late, and I know you all know the ordinance, so I won't walk everybody through all of our notes, but the plan that's up on the screen now has the plantings, and it has the graphic planting plan, and it has the notes that identify the requirements of the ordinance and explains how we've met them, and then we've explained where we did not meet them. So just to highlight where the waivers are necessary, under the street landscaping,
we're required to consider not just Kingstown Road, but to the north, there's an asphalt driveway that accesses the property in the back, the Clark Farms. Thank you. And Jay's highlighting it. And that, by the definition, your ordinance is also considered a street. So we had a street frontage there, street frontage on Kingstown Road. There's existing trees, mature trees on Kingstown Road. There's a maple, there's a couple of pears that kind of the end of that line of pears coming down, flowering pears coming down from the intersection this way. There's lawn, shrubs, and so forth. The north property line, we're required to have a 10-foot wide landscape strip. There's a landscape strip there that's about 8 to 9 feet wide. However, the property line bisects that. So 4 feet of it is on the applicant property. The other 5 or 4 feet of it is actually over on the other side, on the other property. There's 5 existing flowering crabapple trees. There's a hedge, a privet hedge. There's a large deciduous tree in the back. So there's extensive plants over there, but it does not meet the 10 feet. And so that requires a waiver. And then the second has to do with the perimeter landscaping. So the perimeter landscaping on the east, which is the backside, is met both dimensionally and with the plants. And then we worked with the engineer on the bioretention facility, and we put together a plant schedule of native plants that would prosper hopefully in that environment. In addition to that, there's existing large trees. There's a post and rail fence, and then there's some plantings on the other side of that that I believe were done by Clark Farms. There's quite a bit of ornamental planting on the site. Coming on the southerly side, that would be considered a perimeter, and that's only 4 feet wide, the edge of asphalt to the property line. And there's a kind of bland stockade fence there, wooden stockade fence, solid board fence, and grass. So we planted in there, and we planted it with the density that's required for the perimeter planting. But again, it's only 4 feet wide. It's required to be 10 feet wide. So that requires a waiver. Other than that, interior landscaping, it doesn't meet the required interior landscaping. The existing interior of it is very landscaped, but again, this was written with an eye towards new development. And so there's not, as you can see on the plan and out on the site, there's not traffic islands or parking lot islands and so forth to have trees planted in the middle of the parking lot. So it's, as I said, it's if you've seen it, it's heavily planted. We've proposed more plants in order to meet as many of the requirements as we can, but the dimensional requirements we can't meet because it's an existing site, and unless you started tearing things up, it wouldn't work. So that's pretty much what we've got for a proposal. Again, the plant schedule's on the plan, the size, number, species, and so forth. They're shown on the plan, they're shown in the schedule, and we've outlined all the ordinance requirements and how we met them and which ones we didn't meet.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Any comments from the board?
I have one. John, you're going to keep the stockade fence, correct?
Yes, I'm not even sure who owns that. I mean, the surveyor might know, but he's got it shown right on the property line. So yes, the intent is to keep it there.
And I would agree, some of the existing, the hedge and in the back line, that there is some landscaping there, but the hedge is really a good buffer on the Midas side. And I don't have any problems with what you've offered up.
Great. Thanks, Steve. Anybody else? Any comments, questions to Mr. Carter? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
Mr. LaCroix.
Yeah, so now I'm going to take us to the traffic area, the portion of this. We have Mr. Todd Brayton here to represent his work on that area. To add a little, actually, Todd, sorry, Todd, to add a little more discussion to this, I'm sure as you guys read, there's a lot of discussion on the northernly egress and entrance there, as Mr. Parker is highlighting. The discussion on this, we had proposed to leave it as it's been for 40 years, but there was an overwhelming thought that this could lead to traffic issues, and quite frankly, a lot of people from a lot of the town individuals recommend that we close this this entrance. I'm going to pass it off to Todd here, but the summary of it is that we're not opposed to whatever the town finds fit to be maybe best for public safety. But with that said, I think the data showed that closing and going down to one entrance may not result in a safer environment, and we really wanted the town to weigh in on this and see the data. So I'll pass it off to you, Mr. Brayton.
Thanks, Nick. So this is Todd Brayton with Bryant Associates in Lincoln, Rhode Island. So we did a traffic study for the development, and as Nick said, we were looking at using both driveways, and I'll kind of talk about that first. So just some background, the existing building, as was mentioned, was Bobby G's, now being converted into the Compassion Center. It's estimated that there'd be approximately just under 3,200 total patients at this site, with about 380 per day. And as I mentioned, Axis originally at least was looking at 2 existing driveways to remain. Expected hours of operation are 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. And the study area for our traffic study consisted of the 2 existing driveways on Kingstown Road. And we also looked at the major signalized intersection to the south of Kingstown Road, Main Street, and Old Tower Hill Road. Due to the fact that the pandemic is ongoing, which is why we're on the Zoom meeting, we couldn't get accurate traffic counts. So I contacted the planning department and got a traffic report from them. I got a lot of data from the DOT. So we ended up using the data that we got from DOT to do our analysis. One thing about that data was that it was old. It was from 2013. So we did have to expand that to get estimated current volumes. Although comparing it to some of the data that we did have, other data that we had that was more recent, it seems that our expansion is actually probably very conservative. There really hasn't been a huge increase in traffic, it seems like, in the area based on the review of the data. So we did a field review of the site in April 29, 2020, looking at existing stopping site distances, speed limits, traffic control devices, etc. We also obtained crash data from the South Kingstown Police Department for the period from January 2017 through the end of April of 2020, almost 3.5 years. And I'll get into a little more detail on that in a minute. So as I said, the traffic counts were expanded from 2013 to 2020 based on some data from the Rhode Island statewide planning program, which gives growth rates for, in this case, for the type of roadway that Kingstown Road is, which is a principal arterial, as well as the geographical area being in Washington County. So based on that, we came up with our background data for use in our analysis. In order to determine how much impact the development would have, we looked at the trip generation for the site. And I just want to point out that there is a land use code in IT trip generation, which is a document that's typically used to come up with trip generation volumes. But those were actually much lower than what we ended up using. So again, we base it on the approximately estimated patients of about 3,200 in the site, based on how many would be coming to the site on a daily basis, bi-weekly, monthly, et cetera. Determined that to be 380 patient visits per day. And we estimated that approximately 50% of those patients would be in the PM time period, pretty much from 3 p.m. Towards closing. So to be conservative, we actually used 50% of those trips in our actual PM peak hour to look at capacity of the intersections that we looked at. So pretty much what that came out to be would be 95 patients. So it'd be 95 entering the site and then 95 leaving the site during that peak hour. And again, because we couldn't get traffic counts, we also had to estimate how much traffic the Midas store as well as Clock Farms would generate typically. So that we did use trip duration calculations for that. So our capacity analysis used Highway Capacity Manual, which is a standard for determining capacity at intersections. Specifically, we use a Synchro computer software. And the analysis uses the concept of level of service. You've probably heard this before, but I just want to kind of get into a little bit. It's a qualitative measure describing operational conditions of traffic, which in this case is based on delay, which is seconds per vehicle. LOS, or level service A, would be the most favorable conditions. Level service F would be least favorable. And we only looked at the PM peak hour because the compassionate center would not be open during the morning commute since it opens at 10. So we only looked at the PM peak hour, which was from 3:45 to 4:45, based on the data that we had. And then from there, we looked at no build conditions, which would be obviously without the compassion center, then build conditions with the compassion center being developed. So the first part will be the unsignalized intersections, which is the 2 driveways. And then looking at that based on the trip generation, adding that onto the existing traffic volumes, there's no change in the level of service at either driveway. And actually both driveways would operate at adequate level of service, either level of service C or level of service D. I'll get into a little bit more about what happens if we change the configuration to 1 driveway in a moment. So we also looked at the signal, as I mentioned, Kingstown Road, Main Street, and Old Tower Hill Road. And based on the additional traffic, there's no change in level of service with the exception of the northbound approach, which changes from LOSE to LOSF, but it just barely goes over the threshold for that level of service F. And most likely based on our conservative expansion of the traffic counts and our conservative trip generation, likely it wouldn't actually change the level of service F. So we also looked at safety. The first thing was sight distance. We looked at the sight distance at both driveways. We used a 35-mile-per-hour design speed, which is 10 miles an hour over the posted speed limit. And the required sight distance is 250 feet per AASHTO's a policy on geometric design of highways and streets. And it's met at both driveways. So there's no issues with sight distance. We looked at the crash history that we received from the South Kingstown Police Department. And there were no crashes at either intersection for the time period that we received, again, from 2017 through almost halfway through this year, 2020. There were some accidents, as might be expected, down at the signalized intersection of Kingstown Road, Main Street, and Old Tower Hill Road. And there also were some accidents at the intersection of Kingstown Road with Dale Collier Street and the shopping center across the way from there. But again, none that are our driveways. So again, based on the original traffic study, we found that there'd be minimal change with the development as proposed, no reduction in safety, and everything is met in terms of stopping sight distance. So now to get a little bit about, as Nick had mentioned, the town is concerned with that northern driveway. And it is a little a little bit confusing because there's the entrance to Clark Farms. You have the access to the Midas and as well as the access to this development. So we did look at closing that off and having all traffic go through the southern driveway, all entering and exiting traffic. And in terms of level of service, yep, that's fine there. So using that, the northern driveway obviously there'd be no change to level service, but the southern driveway actually would change from a level service of D with the 2 driveway configuration to a level service of E with the 1 driveway configuration, just because you're funneling more traffic into 1 driveway instead of allowing it to be split into 2 driveways. So as Nick said, like I think we're comfortable going either way, either having it a 2-way configuration or the 1-way configuration. I think both would work. Just it's a matter of what the preferences of the town.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Brayton. Any questions to Mr. Brayton and the traffic study?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Brayton. Pam Rubinoff here. I was at the TRC meeting. I appreciate that you ran the numbers on both. One of the other things that we had talked about was a potential for an additional exit out the backside with on the where Clark Farms already has an exit. Had that been looked at? I realize that you're putting drainage on that backside, but did any of the designs incorporate that potential idea to have a exit from that eastern edge?
I'll answer a little bit, maybe Nick can get into a little bit more, but in terms of, if we did not run specific analysis, but if we were to have a connection to that back access through Clark Farms out to, I think it's called Dale Carlia Driftway, which is signalized, that would improve traffic, just because you'd be getting access to Kingstown Road through a signal instead of an unsignalized intersection. So I can definitely see improvement there. But again, the level of service, especially with the 2 driveway configuration, is adequate. And even if you go to 1 driveway level service of E, that's still under capacity, even though it's an E, it's not an F. So it could be done. I don't know if Nick has looked into that in terms, because that would require obviously getting some kind of an easement or agreement with the adjacent property.
Thank you.
I had a question early on. You talked about trip generation, and am I correct that you said there was an estimate of 380 visits per day?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the level of service that you referred to was primarily E for the most part. And I know this is looking into the future, but if this were to become a recreational facility, how would you be able to estimate the impacts to level of service and the general traffic situation?
Well, we didn't obviously look at that just because that's not on the table at this point. Yeah. Most likely, a recreational use would generate more traffic. If we were actually to analyze that, we'd probably have to, like I said, the IT trip duration code for a marijuana dispensary actually is probably low, like I mentioned previously. So we probably would have to look at a similar site, which in this case might be something in Massachusetts, to come up with an analysis in terms of how much traffic might be generated, just because they're not obviously allowed in Rhode Island at this point. So yeah, it's hard to say exactly what the impact would be, but there'd likely be more traffic.
Great. Any other questions or comments to Mr. Brayton?
I saw in the material notes that there was mention. First of all, I did kind of like the idea of closing that northern entrance. It is a complicated area there with all the comings and goings on 3 businesses basically. But it did say in the notes that, and I think it referenced perhaps when recreational was approved, that the applicant had said that they would bring in a traffic control officer I believe. And if that is the case, it would seem to me it would be easier to manage the traffic with only one egress and exit. If you had two, it'd be kind of hard for an officer to be in both spots directing traffic. So it would just be easier with that one entryway.
Mr. Chairman, this is James Callahan again, representing NN Associates. We did speak about that at length with the TRC, and the applicant, Mr. LaCroix, did say they would happily provide a traffic control safety officer. And as Mr. Damasi said, Mr. LaCroix has no real objection to closing off that northern entrance, and basically sort of left that up to whether the board thought that'd be a good thing or not. And I know you guys aren't particularly experts in traffic, but either way, I think they're amenable to a suggestion or condition as that effect.
Yeah, more so I wanted, after Mr. Brayton conducted the study and how the traffic, and Mr. Brayton, you're gonna have to correct me from my layman terms here, but how the level did rise, I believe, when you close one of the entrances. I just wanted to present the data to the town so they can make an educated decision also. I feel like a lot of decision to close that entrance was built on some assumptions of traffic and confusion, and there haven't been accidents, although we do anticipate there to be an uptick in traffic. I did want the board in the town to just see that and then make a decision from that data. We are more than happy to close it. To speak to what Mr. Damasi, and I hope I said that correctly, said, I spoke with Captain Healy, and he echoes those words about that it is easier to control the traffic out of one entrance, and we are prepared to bring in a traffic control officer, really at any time, even at first when we open. It's something I spoke about Mr. Healy with for the first 30 days, and just to see how traffic goes and make sure we have good control of it. So yeah, Mr. Callahan, just to follow up, I did want them to see the data and then make a decision.
Great. Thank you, Mr. LaCroix. Any other experts?
I think that about covers it. One thing that we spoke about with Mr. John Schock, I don't believe he's present tonight, but he did mention that the existing sewer manhole would need to be changed. I provided him with a letter from a company today, RJ Lake Construction, that is very capable of performing this work, and that is all Mr. Schock really required for the manhole, was just to present a company that is able to do the job and ready.
Yeah, we received the letter, and we'll ask for more information at the time when the construction's meant to happen. But yeah, I think it benefits you actually more than anything to replace that manhole, because there has been problems there with that manhole. It's not actually a properly constructed manhole. So.
Okay. Yeah. No problems there.
And I think one of the things, Mr. Chairman, we should address through Mr. LaCroix is any security requirements that they'll undertake, plus the state regulations that Mr. LaCroix and the team will all abide by.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have experience. So I own and operate a state-run cultivation facility today, and we follow the DBR's strict security guidelines, and we're prepared to carry those regulations into this facility also.
Do you see anything when you look at security? What about lighting?
Yeah, so we provided a lighting plan. Mr. Parker, you are still with us. Do you have that? Yes, so, sorry, I just want to bring my notes up on the lighting plan. Yeah, so the lighting plan was done by RAB Lighting. This plan meets the town requirements, and unfortunately the engineer could not be with us. But this does follow the dark sky, and the lighting will be directed towards our property. And I believe this was sufficient for the committee.
How different is this from the existing lighting system?
It's extremely different. We'll be adding LED lights to make sure that the entire parking lot and building is lit up and safe and secure. Now, as you know, there's camera service also all around the building, and that'll aid that. But during the night hours, this will aid that. There'll be a significant improvement in exterior lighting.
Staff, any comment to the lighting plan?
Sorry, I was muted. No, this is Jay. No, we have no comment to the lighting plan.
Okay, thank you. Rich, any comment?
No, as long as it's dark sky compliant, it's good. And that's what it seems to be, so.
Good. Okay.
Rich, and I don't want to put you on the spot, and I'm more than willing to follow up this week with a conversation on the northern driveway. Or is that something you want to speak on today, or do you want to digest the data?
No, I can talk about it now. I mean, I think that my preference is to close it. I know it might make things a little tighter on your. I understand it would make things a little tighter on your access, or at least your level of service on exiting primarily, I would think. But the problem I have is that, well, first of all, it would have never been allowed the way it is now. It's something that if we can rectify it, let's rectify it. You wouldn't have 3 businesses coming into one spot like that. It just doesn't make any sense. And if you become more active than, let's say, Bobby G's. Bobby G's has got sort of an offset time to some of these other businesses. Now you may be sort of conflicting with some of those other businesses. And the garden shop in the back, we don't know what that's going to be in the future. It could become even more active. They don't really have an option on what they're going to do. They can't really, well, they could fully go off of this side street, but that doesn't help them from a visual standpoint. So they really kind of got to keep that entrance. Midas is kind of a strange with the circular driveway. Maybe they could make some changes, but they're not going to change anytime soon. So it's sort of like, if anything can happen, it probably should happen now to clean it up a little. And unfortunately, I think that means that perhaps it's best for you to lose an entrance. But that would be my preference anyways. And I think Steve actually brings up a great point that I hadn't really thought about. But, it is a little easier to monitor traffic or to direct traffic if you ever need to in the future with one entrance. It's a great point.
Yeah, I think I've kind of heard the town loud and clear on this matter, and we're going to move forward as early as tomorrow on making plans to close this access.
I appreciate it. And I do appreciate the work you've done on the water quality treatment toward the back. I think that'll help. It'll certainly look good. And I think it's going to help, with some of the other issues we have with the TMDL requirements. So it's good. This is an improvement. And, it's like these sites, and the one we just had tonight up the road on Kingstown Road, you look at them and they have 0 treatment. And, so you add something like this, it just does go a long way.
Sure. Understood. Thank you for the kind words.
Thank you, Rich. Any other comments?
I just had a couple questions for Mr. LaCroix. I'm assuming that, I know there's a requirement relative to distance to other facilities of this type, and you will have taken that into consideration. And can you also explain how, when the state issues the permits, what number, the number of communities that will be for the southern part of the state contained within that permit?
Yeah, so what we're looking at, and Maria, I missed the first part of that, but if it's okay with you, I'm going to respond to the second part.
Sure.
I was trying, Keck. I'm sure you had a good picture in my ear there. So the second part of that, unfortunately, we are in a district with Westerly, Exeter, Richmond, I believe North Kingston, Narragansett. So there's going to be one facility in that zone, if you will. So there's going to be some other names in the hat, as you guys are familiar in your specific region, but also in Westerly. So according to the laws as constituted now, these names will be picked out of a hat or randomized somehow, and that'll be chosen. The reason that you're starting to get an influx of this now is because the applications haven't come out yet, but before they come out, it's important to have a town approval to show the state that you're prepared and ready to move forward if they do issue the license. So we're hoping and presuming the license, the application process will start sooner than later. At that time, we will submit our application, hopefully with the proposed facility you see in front of you, and we'll be putting a pool with those 5 or 6 other communities.
So this is Amy, legal counsel. I want to make a little correction and add on to that, but also invite a response if it needs to be clarified. The regulations indicate that South Kingstown is in what's known as Zone 5, which includes Charlestown, Exeter, Hopkinton, Narragansett, Richmond, South Kingstown, and Westerly. And one license will be available in that zone. I believe the process is a lottery is awarded, and then or a lottery is conducted, and if I am understanding it correctly, the lottery is letting you get your foot in the door with then a final permit to be issued, but I may be mistaken about that.
No, Amy, yeah.
Go ahead, Nick.
No, Amy, you're correct. I was just going to say that the process, you need to be a qualified applicant to even get in the lottery. And a qualified applicant needs to be someone who, has an existing facility that's secured, has got town approval, has gone through the processes that are necessary in order to conduct the business that's at hand. So yeah, we're applying in one zone in Zone 5, as you stated, but the applicants have to be qualified first. Everybody has to go through this process to become an approved sort of applicant, and these people are just not going to throw their name in the hat. You got to do all this legwork first. You have to prove your management team. You have to prove your facility. You have to prove your finances. There's a lot that goes into becoming a qualified applicant. I just wanted to clarify that point. And then from a timing standpoint, the pandemic has put the application process sort of on the back burner here. So we've been waiting for the applications, just the application itself, to be released. Our understanding is at a minimum Labor Day, it could be as early as next year, early in the year. So we're going through, we're waiting. That process has to carry itself out. But and then that process itself is going to take 6 to 9 months. But you're right. And then once the application has been approved, so let's say that we're a qualified applicant and we get selected, then we have to work towards getting a CO, which is another step that we have to take, and for the low price of a $500,000 fee. So that's going to be the next step. So we're probably looking at a good 18 months before we would actually take possession of Bobby G's and start making our changes. So there's quite a ways to go. And then I just want to comment. I believe Bobby G's is going to continue operating as they, in whatever capacity they're operating, but they're going to continue operating while we go through this process. So they won't actually give up the facility until we are an approved compassion center. Just to clarify that point.
Thanks. I know the board and I greatly appreciate that clarification on the process. Regarding the question that Maria asked first, our zoning ordinance does have a prohibition against compassion centers being located within 2,000 feet of each other, or technically in our zoning, it's classified as a marijuana retail facility. So in the event that the zoning board grants 2 special use permits that ultimately can't coexist, they would both be conditioned, and it would really be whichever one got either a CO and or state approval first. They both couldn't be existing at the same time. And I would just note for the board, normally special use permits expire 1 year from the date of recording. Special use permits that are conditioned upon further approval by a state or federal agency, obviously the feds don't have anything to do with this one, but the state certainly does, remain valid for 2 years with the possibility of a further extension of time. And they would certainly be allowed to continue the current use before acting to establish the new use.
Okay, but with respect to the two different locations, only one is going to exist in that zone.
Correct, right.
So even though a special use permit may be given to two, only one's going to exist.
Only one could exist under current regulations, but even if the state, opens the door and says, forget about a lottery, we're just going to allow them to pop up wherever, unless our zoning is changed, two compassion centers could not exist within 2,000 feet of each other.
Okay, and in this case, you may have a compassion center in the future. I know everybody's speculating on recreational marijuana. That's a long way off. We're going to worry about that if and when that day comes. And then as the town will as well, because there'll be more applicants at that point for just storefronts to have, to have a recreational shop. But we're not going to worry about that now because what is in front of us is 6 new compassion centers. And so that's what we're dealing with.
And so I guess, Amy, so we're determining the suitability of a site when it could potentially be the one site for 7 communities, correct?
I didn't count, but I'll trust you. You did the math. Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but Maria, just to clarify that point also, even though there's going to be one site within that geographic zone, anybody can come to that facility. Anybody in the state or anybody who has a medical marijuana card, they're not precluded from going only to the facility that's in their zone.
Any further questions from the board? Comments? Just want to remind people, page 2 of the staff project review memo. There's 2 waivers requested that were pointed out by Mr. LaCroix. One is for street landscaping, the other is perimeter landscaping. Again, I just want to compliment on the thoroughness of the application. Mr. LaCroix and your team, very well done.
Yes,
And
definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is the board's pleasure?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Steve to approve.
I'll second that.
And we have a second from Joe Murphy. Any further discussion?
I would like to know if there is some language that we can put under the conditions that will, and we may not have the authority to do this, but that will state that this particular site plan may not be appropriate should an expansion occur relative to a recreational use, or that it needs to come back. Amy probably can.
That would go without saying, absolutely, Maria, because whenever a use is established by a special use permit, as this one would be, any kind of alteration or expansion, so whether they're adding on a small addition or obviously changing to recreational would constitute an alteration of the use. That's in the zoning ordinance already. We don't need to add that language.
Okay.
And John, just based on our conversation tonight, excuse me, under the conditions of approval, we should probably add number 8 would be the elimination of the northern access lane.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
number 9, that a traffic control officer, if necessary, at peak retail hours.
Okay, we got it.
Now, may I ask one more question though? Is that this does, I believe this does require a PAP from DOT for the change of use. At what point does that happen? And does it happen if they're, do they get that after get approvals from the state, or is that something they need along the way with the town?
That would happen after the special use permit is evaluated, and if it's granted, that that could be made a condition of the special use permit. I assume it would be a condition of whatever permit DVR will issue.
Should that be referenced in the findings at all, or?
I don't think we need to go there tonight.
And this is Jay. I think under condition number 3, it is mentioned in a general context.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
Excuse me, John, I noticed that there's somebody raising their hand.
Oh, very good,
one of
Pam.
the
Thank you.
attendees.
Jay, can you call them in?
Yes, I've got Mr. Robin Main. You all set?
Yes, good evening. I would like to give some brief comment on behalf of one of the abutters to this area, Costanza Realty. I am an attorney who represents Costanza Realty, which is located at 667 Kingston Road and 4 Old Tower Hill Road. So if I may have just a few minutes, I recognize the lateness of the hour to express some of our concerns about the traffic. We believe at this point that the applicant has not offered sufficient evidence to make the showings required for approval of this development plan or a favorable recommendation to the zoning board for the special use permit. Among the findings that need to be made now is that a granting of the approval will not result in conditions inimical to the public health, safety, and welfare. And of course, as you know, the zoning board has certain special permit conditions that also deal with safety, traffic flow, and so forth. While I appreciate Mr. Brayton's attempt at the traffic plan to estimate traffic patterns, COVID really did thwart that in extrapolating data from older reports to try to fit into current circumstances, especially with a compassion center, we feel is faulty. We also do not believe that the traffic study provides enough background as to the estimate on the number of patients, 380, so to speak, that would visit this facility on a daily basis. And as Mr. Brayton did note during his testimony, the northbound approach of the Kingston Road, Main Street, Old Tower Hill Road intersection scored an F, which is the least favorable operating condition. Moreover, this Kingston Road South Driveway westbound approach scored a D. Not to mention the fact that there's information that there's been at least 49 crashes over a 3-year period in this area. So on behalf of Costanza Realty, we are concerned about the traffic issues. We're also concerned that not enough of a cumulative impact study has been shown on traffic impacts from this center on other businesses in the area. Lastly, we question whether any odors will be present from this facility. There was nothing mentioned in the application along those lines that we saw. So I thank you for your time at this hour. I'll conclude my remarks now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Main. Appreciate it. So Mr. Brayton, can you address the comment raised by Ms. Main specific to the northbound approach securing an F?
Yes, I actually did mention that a little bit. Because of the fact that we actually were being conservative, at least based on some of our review, conservative with our expansion of the traffic, as well as what we think is being conservative with our trip generation, that it's likely that that level of service F may not actually occur. And one thing which I didn't get into today because it's a little difficult with the COVID. Typically, if we actually did get counts and we saw that there'd be a level of service of F, we would actually probably suggest doing mitigation, which in this case would probably be retiming the signal. We didn't mention that in this case because since it is older data, it may be that it wouldn't be an F anyway. Maybe it's not even a level of service E. It may be actually better than that, but that is something that could be done. That would be a relatively easy fix. Is just retiming the signal so that it actually gives more time to that northbound approach, if it were to be needed. And that's something that we would go through with the PAP process with DOT as well, if it gets to that point.
That was the reason why I brought up the PAP, was because we this is a state road. It's all state intersections in this area, and DOT is going to be much more critical than we are about what happens to traffic on their road. I mean, I thought it was a little, I think I brought it up at technical review, Todd, or at some point you and I talked about it. I thought it was strange that the northbound all the way over at the intersection would come to an F. But then when I look at 17,000 vehicles per day, I think that's what you're estimating is 17,000. Is that in that intersection as a whole?
That was actually from the intersection. Yeah. So yes.
So from the intersection, that
right.
Seemed a little bit high to me, but either way, it seems a little strange that that would go to an F on the northbound on that intersection. But it could, I suppose, if traffic leaving here were to trigger the light a little more excessively, and it would trigger the light to change to allow that traffic to turn, and then the traffic on the northbound would end up going to an F. But again, that would be a DOT, and DOT will ask for an adjustment on those lights. And it's not just that one, it's the other one right next to it, that they'll require adjustment on those lights should there be an issue. That was the reason why I brought up the PAP question.
Oh, Mr. Brayton, before you answer, could we just, I'm looking at the clock here and it's 11 p.m. and we need a motion if the board wants to continue beyond 11 p.m. We need a motion to do so.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, Maria, and second by Steve. I'm just going to say all in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, ayes have it. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Rich. Mr. Brayton, if you had a rebuttal to Rich Bourbonnais.
Yeah, not a rebuttal, just an agreement that yes, DOT would definitely ask us to look more closely at that signal, especially if we were showing a level of service of either E or F.
Okay.
And a little bit, I don't want to get into too much detail, but I think the reason why it does go from E to an F is because it's that volume in that direction is just a little bit higher probably than the other approaches. So when you get closer to the capacity of the intersection, then even a small amount of traffic can actually make it look worse than what it is. So that's kind of the reason why it went to a level service F in this instance.
And Robin, if Robin's still listening, I don't know if you caught my early part. I'd be more than happy to speak with you and talk about our future plans.
Okay. Jay, I don't see anyone else with their hand raised.
No, Mr. Chairman, I do two comments. Number one, if anybody is on the call and wants to participate or ask any questions, provide public comment, please raise your hand or star 9 on a telephone if you're calling in by phone. The second comment I had was, I guess, to Rich or Todd, and is there a chance that DOT would not agree to the closure of the northern entrance? Is there a possibility?
I'm going to tell you, they probably, it doesn't seem likely, but they could. I suppose they could at any, who knows what they could say. But I would say they won't. And it's probably twofold. One is that by making the change, the way the site drains presently, it all goes to 2 catch basins that are in the middle of the parking lot. And that's why it's been difficult for them to address water quality, because those catch basins discharge everything, pretty much the whole site, out to state property. So by grassing over those areas, they're going to reduce the amount of flow to state property. They will just in effect make the conditions better. They're also going to eliminate portions in the back. So DOT is going to look favorably on that. And they're also, you know, they like anybody else, like the town does, they like closing accesses on their roads. They just like that. So I can't see that they would, but they could. You never know. You never know.
The only reason I bring that up is perhaps we should consider a condition that refers to the closure plan in some manner that is flexible enough that if DOT does not agree with it, that every approval is tied to a plan. And right now, the conditions in the staff memo don't address that closure.
This is Amy. I just want to remind everyone as we're talking about the conditions of approval, I said it last meeting with the similar application, and I will say it again. These are advisory conditions to the zoning board. The zoning board is the ultimate permitting authority for the town, and they would be imposing the final conditions. So the advisory DPR functions as an advisory recommendation, and the zoning board can decide to incorporate your suggested conditions in its approval if it grants it.
Thank you, Amy.
Okay, thanks, Amy.
John,
so let me, go ahead, Steve.
We probably should close the public hearing. So
Okay.
It's not a public hearing, it's a development plan
Yeah,
review.
it's not correct.
Well, it describes it as a public hearing in the.
This is Jay. It's a public hearing because they're asking for waivers.
Okay,
Thank you.
corrected. Thank
All
you.
right, so anybody want to make that motion to close the
I'll make
public
that
hearing?
motion to close the public hearing.
All right, motion by Steve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Pam. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Pam?
Steve DeMasi,
Aye.
Maria Mack,
Aye.
Joe Murphy,
Aye.
John Riondo,
Aye.
Pam Rubinoff, aye.
Okay. Let me return back to the motion that was, I believe, made by Steve, seconded by Maria.
No, it
And
wasn't me.
Joe.
No.
It was Joe.
Joe, I'm sorry. Thank you. And that we had a lengthy discussion. We also had public input from Ms. Main regarding the traffic study and her concerns on behalf of her client. I think through that discussion, we have two additional conditions of approval. One is to eliminate the northern access of the property, and the other is to have a traffic officer at peak hours of operations.
If necessary.
So that's an amended, Steve?
Yes.
Okay, as amended. So we have a second from Joe. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Pam?
Okay. Can I have a Maria Mack,
Nay.
Steve DeMasi,
Aye.
Joe Murphy,
Aye.
John Riondo,
Aye.
Pam Rubinoff, aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you kindly for everyone's time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. LaCroix.
Good luck.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Oh.
Okay, so we have one final development plan review, and that is for Green Bed and Breakfast. Do we have the applicant present?
Yes, this is Jeffrey
Applicant's
Green.
representative.
Yes, this is Jeffrey Green. I'm the applicant. Can you hear
Very
me?
good. Okay, see you there.
Still awake.
That was a, yeah, right? Yeah.
I think whoever's talking, you may want to mute yourself. There you go. Okay, so Mr. Green, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. And hopefully this will be fairly quick. We're requesting a special use permit as required required by zoning ordinance for a bed and breakfast on a small scale, in our case, 3 rooms. 782 Mooresfield Road is a historic property. It's the Rodman homestead built in 1841. It's a 3,700 square foot house. It's in a unique state of preservation, and it underwent a major restoration starting in 2008. And since buying it, we've furnished it in historic furnishing, so it is appropriate to the era. The appeal of the property is entirely due to its historic nature and the scenic grounds, and we live here full time. The house works well for a B&B. I've included some floor plans of the house that show what are the guest areas, as well as the area that we live in. In this drawing, you can see the commons area, which is open to guests, the center hall, and the library, which is the large room on the right-hand side. And then the second floor, there are 2 guest rooms. One is a single room with a private bath, and the other is 2 adjoining rooms with a private bath. And our living quarters are in the back and eastern part of the house. So it lends itself quite well to the purpose. I should mention that bed and breakfast is sort of a misnomer. It's a term left over from the 80s. Actually, serving breakfast requires that you have a state certified kitchen, and we don't, and we aren't interested in getting into that business. So we will serve things that are already prepared. We're not going to prepare and serve food. As far as the property meeting the specifics of the bread and breakfast uses, the actual square footage all seems to comply with everything that it should. We need 500 square feet of ground floor living area for each guest room, and we have 3 guest rooms, and we have over 2,000 square feet of ground floor living area. And the lot size is, we have 130,000 square feet, and we need 80,000. So we have plenty of lot size for that. The number of parking spaces is 1 parking space for every 3 persons. So we actually need, for actual guest accommodations, we need 3 parking places. And you can see the little part of the driveway that juts out to the east is perfectly sized for 3 or even 4 parking places. Number of guests, each guest room accommodates 2 individuals plus children. So we have a maximum of 6 guests. The one thing that is not as easily defined as everything else is accessory events. It's just part of the business of a bed and breakfast or guest accommodations. And these are events that are held in conjunction with guests who are staying here. And it could be something like a graduation party or a family gathering. We don't consider this property to be an event venue at all. So any accessory event would be at the request of a guest who is staying here. And we just imagine it being something like, maybe a family get together after URI graduation, something like that. It would have to be on a very small scale. The Technical Review Committee gave the go-ahead for 9 parking places, which seems to fit in the existing parking area pretty easily. We could actually add another 6 vehicles if they were stacked up. So there's plenty of room for any guests, and we're talking about events that would not exceed, really couldn't exceed 3 dozen people. We don't have any outdoor event facilities. There's no outdoor power, no outdoor lighting. This is an area that we've set aside for a possible event area. You can see the parking area in the center, and then we have this little meadow that is at least 300 feet away from the nearest abutting neighbor. And it's also out of the line of sight of the nearest neighbor. And this would be the place that we designate as having some kind of a, some kind of a family gathering, really a glorified garden party or family picnic. And of course, it would have to be during daylight hours because there's no outdoor lighting and we don't want to put in any outdoor lighting. Our idea is pretty much that, we want the usage to fit the property rather than changing the property to fit some kind of a usage. We think this property is in a really unique state of preservation and we want to keep it that way. We don't want to change it. One thing that was brought up during the technical review committee was how well shielded from sight this parking area is. And I have a photograph here of the parking area looking towards the northeast. And this is actually towards Mooresfield Road. And it's pretty dense shrubbery. And the shrubbery that's right in front of the parking area is evergreen. So it's like that all the time. To the left-hand side, there's actually a stone wall. And this area is probably about 5 or 6 feet below the grade of the road. So it's not, it's very well concealed. If we go down to the next picture, the area that is designated for an event is in the eastern part of the property. And this is looking towards the nearest abutter, who is probably behind our garage there, about 300 feet away, and behind more growth. So, it's not where it could bother anyone outside of the property lines. So, we're being very considerate of not having any event that we have here really disrupt anyone outside of our property lines. And I should say that, once again, we don't plan to use this as an event venue. That's not what it is, but if a guest were to request to have some kind of gathering here, this is where we would have it. Just sort of a natural extension of the B&B business. We, would have to cap this at a certain number. I can't see any, I think events like this are going to be extremely rare at a guest's request. And, we would cap it at not more than once a month. It's not something that we want to do. And I think that would be far more events. Once a month would be far more frequent than what happens in actuality. So, this is the one point that the technical review committee wanted some definitive answers on: where people would park, where the events would be, and how frequently they would happen, and what scale they would be on. So pretty much small scale, out of line of sight of anyone who's in a abutter, and with adequate parking area for a couple dozen attendees.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Green. Any comment from board members? Questions?
That's a beautiful site. I've often driven by there, and it's quite a piece of property.
I drove by here for a number of years and wondered who was ever going to buy it.
Now we know.
I was at the technical review committee, and as Mr. Green has pointed out, we had a long discussion about events, as you could imagine. And he really did assure us that that was not his intention. And that even the parking, like we talked about, oh, well, people could take Ubers from URI, and so you don't need parking. But and it seems like you've done a little bit more thinking as well since then, that's really not what they want to do. That there might be a small little gathering of a family, after an event, after a graduation, but that's not the business that they're into. So, yeah, I think that it's a nice situation. Hopefully, it could work for them.
Very good. Thanks, Pam. Any further comment?
This is a beautiful restoration project, and certainly this kind of use, I think, is to be encouraged.
Yeah, I would agree. Jay, I don't see any hands up, but could you make the request in case people on the phone want to speak?
Sure, if anybody is still with us, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak, or you can press *9 on your phone to do the same. I don't see any additional hands, any hands raised at all.
Okay, hearing none, and no additional comment from the board. There is a draft motion on page 4 at the bottom. If anybody would like to make it.
I'll make that. The South Kingstown Planning Board hereby grants advisory development plan review for the Green Bed and Breakfast application located at 782 Morrisfield Road. Proposed 3-guest room bed and breakfast use with associated limited accessory event on Assessor's Plat 17-3, Lot 6, Jeffrey Green, applicant Jeffrey and Christian Green, owner. Development plan approval for this bed and breakfast use is based upon the site plan produced by the applicant Jeffrey and Christine Green, 782 Morrisfield Road, South Kingstown, Rhode Island 02879, dated March 1, 2020. It is based upon the following findings of fact and conditions of approval, findings of fact A through E, and conditions of approval 1 through 6.
Okay, we have a motion from Maria. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second from Steve. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Pam?
Sure. Maria Mack,
Aye.
Steve DeMasi,
Aye.
Joe Murphy,
Aye.
John Riondo,
Aye.
Pam Rubinoff, aye.
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Green.
Very good. Thank you all.
Okay.
Good luck.
So we have reports and special items. I wasn't sure if staff or Amy, you had anything to report on?
I do have something quickly, but just since there are people on the line, can we mention again that the that item F3, the DPR for Lavender Waves Farm was continued to the next meeting per the request of the applicant. I just want to make sure these people on the line aren't waiting for something that is not going to be discussed tonight.
Okay, thank you, Amy. It's very prudent. And that was read for anybody on the line. That was read at the very beginning of the meeting at about 7:10. It was a letter from Mr. Kenyon on behalf of his client indicating that they were engaging in conversation with neighbors and asked to postpone and to be put onto the July agenda.
That's July 28th.
28th, correct. Okay. Again, just looking at item G, reports and special items. If hearing none other than Amy's comment that we just did regarding the last agenda item. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn after we get a volunteer for the next GRC.
When, Jay, next date?
July 8th, Wednesday, July 8th.
I can do it. I haven't done one in a while.
Okay, Joe Murphy. Thanks, Joe.
Unless somebody else wants it.
No, July 8th. All right,
Deafening
Joe, it's
silence.
yours.
All right.
Great. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, I got that and we're done. Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
You guys have a good
All
night.
right, Susan. See you at the next one.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Take
welcome
care.
aboard, Susan.
Thank
Welcome,
you.
Susan.
Night, everybody.
Night.
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 Good job, Jay and Brian.
Thank you.
Good job, everybody. Take care.
See you guys soon.